If you have the gavel, please bring it back. We're going to go ahead and get started. Everybody in the back, if you come on in. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Mark
Please.
Topping, I'm talking to you. We're starting the meeting. Can you please come sit? Oh, you need mics. Oh, shoot, hold on. We can start. Well, no, we can't. Just gonna do roll call.
Okay. Are we ready now? Perfect. Let's get going. Call the meeting to order. I think our first item is roll call. Oh, yeah.
Lena Bopke. Vice Chair Bonham,
Here.
Member Peralt. Here. Member Nagami,
Here.
Member Pavley,
Here.
Member Phillips,
Here.
Member Murray. We have a quorum.
Great, welcome everybody, and those also online. We have a medium-sized agenda. It's not super light, it's not overly large. We're going to try a different approach for some of the public comment, just to get it a little more organized. We'll talk about that before we get into the specific project calendar. And at the end of the agenda, just to note, there's a closed session for board members and practices for the board to come back and report out on closed session, and then we'll close today's agenda after that. Over to you, Jen.
Thank you so much. Vice Chair Bonham, nice to see you. Nice to see you all here. Yeah, so I feel like this is my fourth board meeting. And I feel like every time we do this, it's a little like putting together a wedding or putting on the Super Bowl. There are so many moving parts to pulling this together. So I just want to take a moment and thank my staff again for the hard work they do to bring this together. But in particular, I want to give a shout out to the admin folks. The budget's been especially challenging these last few months. It just has been in motion, and it's really hard to actually pull these projects together when you're not really sure which pots of money have what amount. So I just want to thank them, in particular, the folks that are running the booth. The Zoom part of this meeting is the hybrid part is just more challenging than it looks. And so thank you all in the booth. And then a special shout out to Celeste Reisner, who she does our PowerPoint for across all these different folks and brings it in to get into one. And that's no small job. So thank you very much. My report is in two parts. I have two things to talk about, the budget and then our strategic plan, which we're finally going to get going on. So just on the budget, it has been a challenging time. We last were together in May. Nothing had sort of settled by then. And since that time, and I'm looking at you, Michelle, you're welcome to add to this. It's been back and forth for many weeks before everything sort of settled. But ultimately, at the end of when the budget was finally signed, WCB, which had a few different general fund allocations in the nature-based solutions, climate, and stream flow. Not all of that was cut. And for a little while, that was looking like a possibility. But we were able to retain $70 million in our climate budget and about $101 million in stream flow. But they were shifted from general fund to the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, which means slightly different rules for how we spend it, slightly different rules for how we report on it. And none of that has really landed in time for this board meeting, so I'm just lagging for you. We're still working through that process, but we feel confident that what we're funding today meets those requirements. There was also $37 million in forest resilience money that we were able to retain in our general fund. So that was good news. And then the Habitat Conservation Fund, which was at risk for different parts of the session, we were able to retain as well. So that's the report on that. And then the other good news, do you want to add anything, Michelle? You have any special insight?
No special insight.
It was
We're-
painful.
What's that?
It was painful.
Yeah, I mean, I think, what you said is kind of where we are with a lot of our conservation boards and different departments. So, we're continuing to monitor. We are thankful that we aren't facing a delay in tax filing this year, which, as many of you are aware, was part of the whole process of sort of moving into a down economic forecast blind. So we continue to monitor and we are still working to do some cleanup and some additional clarification with language around some of the funds and allocations. So we continue to hope for the best and move forward.
Thanks. And then another, just a piece of the go forward on the budget is there is a 7.8% across the board budget reduction. And each department, each agency is looking for how they can accomplish that. And WCB is in the middle of that process as well. But we are fully staffed, so that's good news for us. I think we'll be in fairly good shape. So the other good news is that the freeze on spending and putting contracts in place was also lifted. So we were able to now reinitiate our process, and then the travel restrictions as well. So we're now reinitiating our process for our 2025 strategic plan, because our strategic plan expires at the end of this year. We are a little behind. It'll probably be 6 months into the new year before we have a final plan, but I think we're well on track. So we are working within our staff to identify locations to hold workshops in the fall, probably late October, early November. And we've targeted Inglewood, Riverside, Salinas, and Reading as locations to hold the workshops, with the intention really of expanding the community of folks that know and learn about WCB and can participate in our programs and have input into what we're going to do over the next 5 years. We do hope, of course, that our regular partners come too, but we wanted to make it as easy as possible for those that maybe haven't worked with us in the past. We will also have an online workshop at some point in those times, once we've settled on those dates. So that news will be coming out soon. We are also about to send out requests for consultations to all California Native American tribes. So that will happen not in a public process. That's more of a government to government conversation, but we're sending out those letters and we'll be offering listening sessions for tribes only around that timeframe as well. And then lastly, if we can do all these pieces of magic, we're going to put an online survey together that asks, again, the same kinds of questions we're asking in the workshop, really with the intention of getting as much input into this plan as possible. My experience doing the 30 by 30 strategy was just really valuable to hear from a wide array of folks about what matters to them. So that is underway. I'm very excited about it. And that's the end of my report.
Jen,
Yep.
can you say which cities those are going to be in?
Sure.
Inglewood, Riverside?
And this is pending finding locations, but we're getting close. Inglewood, Riverside, Salinas, and Reading.
So there's nothing in the Bay Area?
Nope. And that's because I think the Bay Area is very effective at coming to Sacramento and meeting with us, and we will have an online version. And Salinas isn't that far. It's just really difficult to figure out a way to get everybody in person, but we're not doing the Bay Area.
And you'll be posting those online. Can you let
Oh,
the
yeah.
board members know as soon as you have the dates and locations?
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll send out a notice as soon as we've got all those situated.
Thank you.
So the only thing I would offer additionally, like context on the budget dynamic, is despite the real need to take prudent steps fiscally and the challenge that comes from that, in my experience, you still see very consistent and robust support from the administration, the legislature for the Wildlife Conservation Board. I mean, that kind of contextual support, I think, added to the ability for Jen to have the last meeting and, move through projects. And you see this expressed in legislative and stakeholder effort that consistently identifies this board as a recipient of potential funds when they're available to do the good work the board does. We're on agenda item number 4. And it says board member updates and reports. So any board member have an update or a report they'd like to offer?
Just a very brief one. It was great to see several staff members from the Wildlife Conservation Board take a tour. No, okay, sorry. Oh. Okay. Fran Pavley, board member. It was great to see several members of the Wildlife Conservation Board staff and others attend an overview of the Liberty Canyon Wildlife Crossing and the construction on the major portion over the 10-lane freeway pretty much completed. Yeah, Rebecca came and several people came, and I'm glad you could see what many of your years of hard work have done. So thank you very much for that. And Director Bonham just asked me when is it done? Well, people always ask, who's paying and when's it done? And who's going to tell the animals that it's open? That's where you come out and stand out there. Anyway, slated phase 1 is really moved forward pretty much on schedule. And that's over the 10-lane freeway. Right now, they're constructing 11-foot high walls on top of the overpass, and that's to screen light and noise pollution from future wildlife. They'll be using it, birds and mammals, right, Director Bonham? And then we're going into phase 2, which goes over a local arterial road and the undergrounding of many utilities, and it'll take the wildlife then over that road too and into the Santa Monica Mountains. And this location has been fortunate that it's surrounded by state park land and national park land and conservancy land that have been purchased over time. So no money in the last, I would say, 15 years has been used to purchase land big pieces of property right in that area. The land had been saved, and by default, frankly, if you've seen the 101 freeway through there, there's this wonderful area of open space that's been perfect location, and it's actually going to happen. So when's the completion date? We think after phase 1, phase 2 starts. That's the construction over the local arterial and into the Santa Monica Mountains. The plans are 2026, but no one's saying if it's at the early in the year or the end of the year, but hopefully we'll have a report pretty soon. So that's the update, and I appreciate WCB staff members particularly having a chance to see what they've been involved with.
Each of us, I think, Senator, each of us up here would send a warm thank you right back to you. But for you, the project isn't going to happen. And 2026 is tomorrow, given the history to get to this date on the project so far. I'd be glad to go out on the day that it's open, dress up somehow and serve as a greeter to birds and mammals that want to use it. Just let them know it's open. So,
Okay, I'm going to.
okay.
And Director Bonham was the one I would say we picked up in a helicopter about
Yeah.
10 years ago, coming from Northern California, figuring everything is paved over in LA and no way this is going to happen. But we've been on a helicopter ride over the Santa Monica Mountains, and you're in the helicopter and you go, oh, now I get it.
Yep.
We're in the middle of an hourglass with the open space on both sides, and this is the place to put it. And so you've been a champion ever since.
Thank you.
I have one quick report.
Sure.
I passed out some bright orange folders with a quick memo on top, and there are 4 papers about glyphosate. The significance of the papers are 3 of them are relatively new. One is a meta-analysis of the effects of glyphosate on animals. 2 of them relate to some field study of the effects of glyphosate. And this field study was done over a period of 5 years, and they used transects in some Colorado prairie land to look at the effects on soil and soil composition. And then one is a slightly older study, I think it's 2021, that uses just glyphosate in lab studies, not with surfactants. And it relates to the effects on insects, basically, and melanization in insects. I think these 4 respond to some of the questions that have been raised over the last several months when we've talked about glyphosate. So now we have the examples of some in the field studies, effects on soil. And I think the meta-analysis is valuable too, noting, of course, that there's always a publication bias, as in journals don't publish things that don't say anything. So that the researchers point that out very clearly, but I think all of them point in a direction to suggest again that we should not be funding the use of glyphosate in wildlands because they have long-term sublethal effects, especially on the soil in this case.
Thank you, Catherine, for finding them, printing them, bringing them, and then giving us an update about it. Appreciate it. Seeing no other updates, moving into funding status, and then we'll get to consent items.
So if I could have deleted this off the agenda, I would have,
Okay.
because candidly, these numbers are just not right. And that's in part because of the late sort of budget process and because the state controller's office has not input everything that we have. And most importantly, what's being reverted and taken back because of the shifts are just not reflected. So I just want to flag that this general fund money number on the top is a vast overcount. That's probably only got about $30 million. And that's probably the one that's wrong. I think the rest are in the ballpark. It's always a bit of a moving target, but that one, I just don't want anybody to take that to the bank. Because what I have been communicating to partners and staff is that we have a lot less money than we had before. And that is true, especially within the general fund categories that give us the flexibility to do the kind of innovative projects that we've been really pushing. So the vast majority of the general fund money we've got left is really stream flow, which is specific to flow in streams. So
So
that's all I would say about that.
I appreciate Jen as executive director noting there's like flux in numbers. So 2 follow-up questions on that. Do you think by the time of our October meeting, these numbers can be presented with more like stability?
Yeah, November is our next board meeting, and my understanding from our budget person is that they're on DWR's allocations in the system, and we're right after them. So we'll get our numbers pretty soon. We actually waited till the last minute to put this in, but yeah, we'll definitely have full numbers by then.
And second question, between now and then, it's standard practice, I think, so that's the question. When board and staff are engaging with potential applicants, you're able to offer kind of more real-time advice of availability of fund sources, correct?
Absolutely. I mean, that's essentially what we do. Projects come to us, we look at what our available funds are, and we try to match them with projects we want to fund.
Great.
But this is the hardest part of the job. I'm just going to tell you right now.
Any other questions for Senator?
Yes, on the general fund going into the GGRF, Greenhouse Gas Emission Reduction Fund. In general terms, will funds be going out to projects that either relate to carbon sequestration in the 30 plan or use of renewable energy or something in those broad categories? And does that limit you to more acquisition, or can you still do planning grants, et cetera.
Yeah, thanks, Fran. So our understanding, and we've had some preliminary meetings with CARB, who's, the California Air Resources Board that administers this fund. So our climate change projects, which is the money that was shifted, already had an eye toward sequestration, which includes both acquisitions and restoration projects, right? You restore a wetland, you can sequester more, but also avoided emissions. And so we have, they give us worksheets on how we report all that. And I'm hoping that it's sort of, there's an ecosystem-based matrix that we can use to identify what each project will contribute, but we do have to account for that. But it should be largely similar to the kinds of things. What we are probably going to be more constrained on is like, things like block grants to do technical assistance. That's probably going to be
That's what I
hard.
was wondering
Yeah.
where the constraint would be, because I could see the acquisition and restoration. And there are some protocols that have been designed for measuring and managing reductions
Yeah, exactly.
with annual reports.
Exactly. Lots of reporting, but I think most of what we want to do, we'll be able to do.
I just want to say I appreciate that several of the bond measure funds have been spent down substantially so that we can signal to Californians that when they vote for these bonds, they do get spent on good projects.
Yeah, that's a constant, I think, super productive reminder for everyone. So thank you, Catherine. I don't know the precise, but if you took a backward-looking 5-year window, 3-year window, this board's probably moved wisely $300-400 million.
So to $1 billion.
Okay, round up $1 billion, and that's hundreds of projects going back into local communities for stakeholders. It's a restoration economy. It's jobs and it's improvement for our natural resources. It's like literally the win. And it takes a lot of effort to move that kind of money in that short time frame. So we should be super humble and proud at the same time about it.
And if I could just add to that, we're probably one of the smallest grant-making agencies with a budget of this scale. We have 44 positions, 7 of which are actually budget positions under you, Chuck. So 35 people are moving money like this, and that's amazing. And I just want to commend my staff because they work their butts off to get this done. And I'm really proud of our projects. Catherine, I just want to answer you on the bond money. We do want to move it. There's always a tension between general fund money that expires and also a lot of our bond money is very specific. It's for recreation projects or it's for a particular kind of wetland. So that's another thing to just keep in mind when you look at the bottom line is that not all these monies are fungible in the same kinds of ways. And so we need the projects that match them to fit. And if I could just have one more, I should have said this in my executive report. We did close our application portal because we believe we have enough projects in the pipeline to spend all these monies, probably times 2. But there are a few programs that sort of to that point that we don't have applications to match the funds. And so that is on our website, what we're taking applications for. And we're actually going to send out another reminder and a little update on that next week saying these are the kinds of projects we still are looking for applications. So just the portal's going to stay closed, but we're going to put out a call for just a few key things. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Great. So as we move to consent items, let me just also first confirm a couple of clarifications. It's my understanding consent items are agenda items 6 through 20. However, agenda item 9 and agenda item 10 have been removed
And 20.
and 20. Okay. Tracking that, board members. So consent does not include 9, 10, or 20, which
Yeah.
will be deferred to a later date, if at all. Okay, so we're gonna, so there's no presentation, but here's how the flow is gonna go. In a moment, we'll see presentations on the, action items. For that, we'll also ask guests, allied proponents in that project to make remarks if they'd like it. Then we'll have board question and answer. Then we'll go to public comment. If you're in the room, we'll ask you to kind of line up so we can manage flow rather than relying on speaker forms. And then online, there's going to be a moment where staff ask everyone to digitally raise their hand. We'll capture how many are in the online queue. We'll close the queue being open. And then each speaker, whether in the room or online, will have 2 minutes for comment. Then we'll go back to the board for discussion, motion, and then vote. But because we're at consent calendar, we're just going to go to board question and answer.
Although I think we,
And if
Forgive me,
there's
Doug.
public comment on any consent item that the public would request, go to discussion.
correct, with one amendment, we do have some guests on
Okay.
consent, which is unusual, for agenda item 13. Am I correct? So for the Big Rock project, and this is actually one I really want to flag as a
Right.
pretty exciting sort of new collaboration with tribal partners. And maybe I'll just invite you all to come up now and speak. You're welcome to come. And just introduce yourselves because I don't have speaker cards.
It's okay, I forgot. Morning.
Oh, okay, do I have to turn anything on or is it
You're
okay?
good.
Hideko Machuxusu, Kane Johante, Sandra Roan Chapman. My lineage goes back to Chief Tenaya on one side, and then on my father's side, our mother's side, it goes back to the Johnson family, where they were Miwok dancers. And I am so happy to be here, to have this opportunity to express to all of you how much this means to our tribe. As a non-federally recognized tribe, it seems like we have just had to struggle and struggle, but this was a vision that my ancestors, my elders had, is that we would acquire land and we'd be able to take care of it and we'd be able to pass it down to our next generation. And that's what it is that we have this future generation that's coming up and that we want to teach them where the food is at and how they could live off the land and how the medicines grow, and to teach them about basketry and about all the food and the stuff that grows. And this land out there is just a prime. It just has everything, you know, being a village site, that it was, you know, maintained by our people for such a long time. And so to be able to get it back, it just makes my heart just like full, because I know that my ancestors, that the ones have crossed over, that they're still working up there, because all this is happening for us, you know, that their vision is coming true. And I thank all of you and thank the ones that have worked so hard on this to make this a reality for us, that our people will not be called the California homeless Indians. We have some property now, we have some land. And so this is just an honor for me. Thank you.
Well, if I might, before you turn to your colleagues, I think on behalf of the board, we would just say thank you. It is an honor for us to give back something when it has been your home since the beginning of time. This, for those not tracking, is consent agenda item 13. We put things on consent at this board because there's overwhelming support, consensus, and joy for it. Leaning into the word joy, this is a return of about 96 acres.
Yes.
And the way it's working with the board is the grantee is the American Indian Council of Mariposa County. So these are all kind of first of moments for our board too. We hope you've helped us set a practice that more will follow. And for me, you pointing out the added burden of being a non-federally recognized tribe in pursuit of having your home returned. We're so humbled and happy we could kind of be part of it.
Thank you so much. And, you know, for our tribe, you know, it's just, it's a reality that's coming to, coming to us. And so, and, and not being federally recognized, by the government after years and years of struggling for that, but to get our, piece of our land back, that's the pride that you can't take that away. I mean, the
100%.
government can't take that away. It's the
100%.
pride that we feel in our heart and our elders, we still have a lot of elders that can be able to go out there and share their stories with our young people. So thank you very much.
I don't I don't know if you have any additional thoughts. And then I have an unusual suggestion for the board.
Papasu, good morning. My name is Tara Fouchmore. I'm the tribal secretary for the Southern Sierra Miwok Nation, and I also serve as director of landscape stewardship for a nonprofit. As Sandra mentioned, we're an unrecognized tribe, and so we're forced to do business as a nonprofit, and so that comes with its own challenges. But in that way, we have been able to partner with Yosemite National Park, the Park Service, the U.S. Forest Service, these government agencies since their inception, as well as our neighboring tribes who all recognize us. It's just that one federal office that says, no, you don't exist. And so just to highlight some of the work that we've been able to do despite all these challenges, we have a strong stewardship program in place. One of which includes a culturally based pollinator habitat restoration program, Walapu Uchutu, which means butterfly home place in Miwok, and that is actually funded through CARCD and the WCB, so thank you for that. But we also are developing, a tribal stewardship crew going out and doing fuels work and restoration work, and we also are working to return salmon to our homelands, which are unable to pass through anymore, and several other stewardship projects. And we're doing all of this without a land base. We rent our tribal offices, and we're all crammed into this little tiny room all together with our social services and our cultural preservation. And so this really means so much in that, yes, we are connecting our tribal people to their homelands again and healing that relationship and creating that bond that we don't have to ask permission to go out there and gather our materials and to care for our lands the way we know they need to be cared for. But it also supports us as a tribe and as an organization being able to forward our values and be an example and a leader in our community and in our region, saying this is how you care for the land. This is the physical example. Come see how we do it. And we are not able to do that at this moment. So this is huge for us as a people. It's huge for us as an organization. And we really are grateful to the WCB for working with us on this project and this acquisition. So thank you so much.
Since this is so wonderful and an expression of our belief in your need for self-determination, I would recommend we actually just right now and go ahead and move it and give us a chance to put a spotlight on it.
I'm a mama. I'm just so grateful. I'm Southern Sierra Miwok, and my name is Irene Vasquez, and I grew up in Mariposa in apartments with no access to oaks, acorn, to gather medicines and food. So what this does is allow us in our local community to be able to go access these 90 acres with my son, my grandma, who was born in Yosemite Valley in 1931. She's 93. All generations to pass on and generate and relearn that knowledge that we need to continue to preserve and care for all our home in this great state of California. So it's a blessing to be here with my son and my husband and my relatives and Bridget from Sierra Foothill Conservancy. We are so honored. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I will just throw in that we'll keep going if you don't stop us,
Okay.
but the Sierra Foothill Conservancy has really, been moving the needle on this project, and they have been such wonderful projects and partners. And we really wouldn't be where we are in our stewardship goals if we didn't have good partners like Bridget, so.
Well, thanks, Tara, and thank you, members of the board and Dr. Jen Norris and the entire WCB staff for your willingness to enter into a new space for how we operate in conservation. I'm Bridget Fithian. I'm the Executive Director of Sierra Foothill Conservancy. I'm also the board chair of the California Council of Land Trusts, and I'm a board member of the Yes on Prop 4 campaign committee. And this is the type of work that we would really like to see happening as we move forward as a conservation community. As an executive director of a land trust, it's an incredible privilege to be here standing in solidarity with our partners and to assist in the facilitation of these land acquisitions and support their autonomy. So I thank you all for, your willingness to support that autonomy as well and support this collective effort towards the rematriation of ancestral lands and the return of traditional stewardship to these lands. And you heard from Tara about all of the incredible work that the tribe is already doing. We're happy to be part of that and support that work. We're being able to collaborate on partnership level projects on other lands that WCB has helped us conserve as well. So one example is the Stookie Preserve, which WCB funded, and we're implementing fuels management, restoration, and forest health projects there together, also through WCB funding and other grant funders. So I think this is a example of the future of conservation and the future that we really want to support through our land trusts, through CCLT, and through our great partnerships with our public funders. So thank you so much for believing in this vision.
Thank you. Hey, to lift up the moment, give it all the attention it deserves as its singular focus for the board. I move we go ahead and approve agenda item 13 in our agenda labeled as the Big Rock Project as proposed in the staff agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Chair Bookday, absent. Vice Chair Bonham,
Aye.
Member Nagami,
Absolutely, yes.
Member Pavle,
Yes.
Member Peralt. Aye. Member Phillips.
Aye.
Member Murray, absent. The motion passes.
Okay. So that brings, we need a few Kleenex up here on the board for the tears. We go back to the consent calendar, which now is where's 6 through 20, but not 13.
14.
Oh,
Sorry. 9, 10, 13, and 20.
Correct. Okay. Any board questions about that? And then we'll turn to see if there's any public comment on an item in consent.
I just had a question for a point of clarification on all items in general, but it has to do with if it's a planning grant money, it doesn't necessarily have to then at that time have to show who the landowner would be in the event the project happens. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, you were talking about a planning project?
Yeah, if it's a planning, you don't have to have, notice sort of a pattern here. You don't need to have that long-term, who's going to be the landowner, and it's just planning at this stage. That's all you're.
Our planning projects are only on lands that the grantee has some control over. No. Help me out, Colin. I'm not following the question.
Is your question related to why a landowner isn't necessarily identified in the agenda when it's a planning grant?
That's exactly the question, because I hadn't noticed that. And there were several items like that. And
Right.
that's fine with me. That's the justification where you don't actually, till the project moves forward and you actually,
So in some,
it's not acquiring land, it's
Oh, it's doing like restoration.
Restoration, yeah.
Right, and in certain instances, the project area may be large. Landowners change over time. So I think the reason that we don't identify it is it's not a implementation or acquisition, meaning it's not going to occur right now where there's an importance in identifying
That's
who
why I
that
figured there's
landowner
a
is.
space and time here that's
Yeah,
a year or 2 years or something like that.
right.
And
So,
it
so
might
if
be
it,
short term, but there, I realize in some cases, maybe not long term or,
right.
but that was relatively new in the agenda and it's on several of those items, but that's understandable clarification and I just wanted to
Sure.
identify that. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from board members about the remaining consent items? Okay, could we get anyone who has public comment on a consent item in the room to go ahead and queue up? And then open the queue online for anybody who wants to make public comment on a remaining consent item. Go ahead and start in the room here. And just for efficiency, remember 2 minutes or less.
Thank you. Rico Mastrodonato with the Trust for Public Land. Thank you, Vice Chair Bonham, board members, and especially staff. I'm here to comment on Agenda Item 7, Banning Ranch. We spent Trust for Public Land at least 5 years working on this extremely difficult project, 400-acre working oil field when we acquired it. And it's now under restoration and planning and WCB. I'm here to thank the Wildlife Conservation Board for being a key component in the funding of the acquisition and now planning for restoration. There's 15 million people at least that are within an hour's drive of this property, and it's 400 acres on one of the most densely populated areas in California, coastal Orange County. So thank you very much and enjoy the rest of this wonderful day.
Great. Seeing no one else in queue here in the room, could our support staff tell us how many folks are in the virtual queue?
Yes, we have 2 raised hands.
Great. Well, we'll go ahead and close that queue. And then for those that are getting ready to speak online, remember it. If you're willing, please introduce yourself, name, and if you have an affiliation with an organization, that's always important context too. And over to the first speaker with 2 minutes.
All right, Natalie Teeter, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Okay, perfect. Can you hear me?
Yes, audio, could you turn up the volume for our speaker's voice in the room, please?
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Natalie Teeter. I am affiliated with Port San Luis Harbor District, and I'm here to speak on consent item number 11, the Avalo Pier Rehabilitation Augmentation Request. I am just here to sincerely thank the Wildlife Conservation Board members, as well as the staff members who helped us through this process. This has been a multi-year process. Rehabilitating the pier in Avalo Beach. Staffer Shannon Lucas, as well as Alyssa Benedetti. Thank you so much for assisting with this. And the project is underway and we're on year 2.5 right now, and we're about halfway done. And these funds will be critical to successfully completing that entire pier's rehabilitation. So again, I just wanted to sincerely thank the board, as well as the Wildlife Conservation Board in general. It's been a critical partner with getting this project done and bringing it to fruition. And that is all. Thank you so much.
Thanks for joining us. And to our second and final speaker for consent item online.
All right, that's going to be Brian Baldoff. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good morning, board. Thank you for this time. I'm speaking on item 7. So my name is Brian Baldoff. I'm a Deputy Executive Officer at the Mountains Recreation Conservation Authority, the MRCA. And MRCA is the title holder at the Randall Preserve. We've been working very closely with CCA Coastal Corridor Alliance and TPL, as the earlier speaker just mentioned. I want to echo everything that he just said, but furthermore, I just want to say that we, the MRCA, are so appreciative of all of the public funds that have come into the acquisition of this property and for the planning that is now in motion. Many funds have come from WCB, for projects in Southern California, especially in the urbanized and developed areas that we think is really important. And so thank you so much for your funding here and at Taylor Yard, for instance, along the LA River. And we look forward to continued support. MRCA is also leading a tribal engagement and access plan process that is really important for this property. And it's going to dovetail with this resource management plan that the funding for today is prioritizing. And so why that's important is that one of the items within this application is funding of an advisory committee. And that advisory committee was specified in the acquisition agreements. And it's something that we've been working to start to pull together. And why I'm especially excited for this advisory committee to happen is because it's going to be the dovetail of how the resource management plan, how the tribal engagement plan, tribal engagement and access plan are all integrated, and that will happen in a public process. And so we really look forward to this funding, allowing the resource management plan to continue and for the tribal engagement plan to also dovetail together. So thank you for this time.
Thank you, Brian. We'll do one last check. I don't think we have other speakers in the virtual queue.
There are no raised hands.
Okay, so anyone want to make a motion to move the consent?
Sure, I'll make a motion to move the consent items minus 9, 10, 13, and 20.
Perfect.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Chair Bookday, absent. Vice Chair Bonham,
Yes, aye.
Member Nagami,
Aye.
Member Pavle,
Yes.
Member Peralt,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Aye.
Member Murray, absent. Motion passes.
Great. So on to presentation items is while we get ready, just a reminder, staff will give a presentation. If the project has guests, proponents, in the development, please feel free to make remarks. We'll come back to board for question and answers. We'll set up public comment. Those in the room will queue in the line. While we're opening the queue for virtual, we'll close the virtual queue. 2 minutes each. After public comment, will come up from discussion, motion, and vote. All right, agenda item 21.
Well-oiled machine. All right, Jennifer Stanfield.
Can I just
Oh.
ask quickly, what's different about what we've normally been doing?
Well, candidly, I was messing it up before. So we had speaker cards and we had lists of people that had pre-registered, and then we had people raising hands in the room, and it was just getting a little messy. So this is trying to streamline it just a little bit.
Okay.
Everybody still has the same opportunity to speak. We're just not asking for a pre.
Also, I think I appreciate hearing from some of the speakers before board discussion, rather than just having the board start to talk after staff presents.
Yeah, sometimes we had guests that were
Yeah.
public speak. It was just a little messy. We've cleaned it up. So hopefully it goes faster.
Like surgical kind of improvements, just this idea to notice those that are participating virtually. You need to raise your hand, get in a queue. The queue has a moment where it kind of closes. And then just setting up practice that, we're looking at 2 minutes per person. Please.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dr. Norris, members of the board. So we are a little closer. All right. How's that? Good. All right. So we are beginning the presentation section of the agenda with the consideration of a proposal for a grant to the Save the Redwoods League for a restoration project on 300 acres in Santa Cruz County. The San Vicente Preserve is a mixed-use open space area that preserves more than 8,000 acres and contributes to a 70,000 acre habitat complex in the Santa Cruz Mountains. and it's seen here on the map in purple. Forest conditions on the site are largely framed by clear-cut logging around the turn of the 20th century and the 1948 Pine Mountain Fire. The project area is located in the upper reaches of the Scotts Creek watershed, which is home to a myriad of special status plant and animal species, including an imperiled population of Central California coast coho salmon. WCB has supported conservation efforts on the property for over a decade, with a contribution to the purchase of a conservation easement held by the Save the Redwoods League in 2011. The League has conducted 2 phases of restoration in the Dead Man Gulch region of the preserve, with WCB investment in phase 2, which was recently completed. Before we dive into the specifics of phase 3, which is being considered today, I'd like to touch briefly on the impacts that wildfire has had in the region. On August 16th, 2020, a thunderstorm producing thousands of lightning strikes with little to no rain ignited a series of fires that became known as the 2020 CZU lightning complex. Steep terrain, dry conditions, high temperatures, overcrowded forests, and a number of other factors came together to contribute to the majority of the acres burning at a very high severity, as you can see here in red. The CZU lightning complex fire effects are an example of a measurable trend towards an increased proportion of acres burning at high severity within a wildfire footprint. This has catastrophic effects on ecosystem function and renders the remaining habitats in fire-affected areas ever more vital. Project impacts are a rearrangement of vegetation on the landscape. So while it may be beneficial for a forest to have a variety of trees, shrubs, and forbs, the proportions we see here are problematic for forest health. There is a significant amount of standing dead material, and beneath it is this continuous dense carpet of resprouting trees and shrubs. These conditions are highly receptive to fire, forest pests, plant diseases, and impede tree growth by removing access to available light, water, and nutrients. Given the sheer amount of available fuels on site, it would be pretty reasonable to expect that any near-term uncontrolled fire in this area would have even more severe effects than the CZU fire. The photo on the left displays characteristic resprouting of redwood canopy, emblematic of a fire-adapted forest. The proposed project will accelerate growth and protect a handful of old-growth trees that are important reservoirs of ecosystem function and biodiversity. Phase 3 will enhance habitat quality by addressing multiple factors on site. The project will implement silvicultural practices to encourage late seral forest conditions, selectively thinning trees to reduce competition and increase size, vigor, and complexity in the retained trees. Restoration will utilize techniques that encourage lateral branch growth, which will increase habitat for target wildlife species, including the marbled murrelet. Many of these treatments were applied in phase 2, the outcome of which can be seen in the photo here and is offered in contrast to the unrestored site conditions seen on the prior slide. Land managers will move towards the application of prescribed fire as an ecologically sound maintenance tool for forest health by identifying prescribed fire units and preparing them for broadcast burning. Sediment input to waterways will be reduced and site ingress and egress will be improved by replacing culverts in poor condition and cladding an existing bridge with lumber reclaimed from thinning activities. Project outcomes include increased fire and climate resilience, increased habitat quality, and reduced sedimentation into a salmon-bearing watershed. Activities will enhance post-fire recovery and increase carbon sequestration on the site over time. Staff recommends the project as proposed. It's been my privilege to bring this to you as we look at the 4-year anniversary of the 2020 fires in the region. And I'd like to welcome up Ben Friedman with Save the Redwoods League to offer a few comments.
Hi, good morning, board. I'm Ben Friedman. I'm the Government Affairs and Public Grants Officer for Save the Redwoods League. I'm here to speak on behalf of in support of this project. Specifically, I just want to thank you for your consideration of the project today and for the board's previous investment and commitment to this wider landscape over the last 10+ years. Everything from the original easement to the Dead Man 2, the second phase of this wider restoration project. WCB's commitment to restoration ensures climate resilience, and we just feel that the restoration today means carbon sequestration and ecosystems resilience tomorrow. And we really feel that this project sort of helps meet WCB's strategic goals and the wider 30 by 30 goals of the state. We want to thank those who signed letters of support for this project, including Representative Panetta, Assemblywoman Pellerin, State Senator Laird, and many others. And thank you, Jen Stanfield, for all of your help and support, your clear guidance, and clear expectations about the process. Please consider approving this project. Thank you very much.
Question. Thank you for the presentation and the comments. I have a question about sort of what the impact of the fire was relative to the phases here. So it seems like there was a plan for phased restoration. And between phase 2 and 3, there's a huge fire that burned the whole reserve. Is this phase 3 plan sort of what was planned before, or did the fire change that plan? And what lessons are we learning? Could something have been done differently in phase 2 to mitigate some of the damage? I have just questions sort of along those lines.
Perfect, thank you. You're absolutely right. The Dead Man 2 phase is really what was primarily impacted by the fire. Work was about to start on the second phase of the project before the CZU fire came in. And so our colleagues at the league worked really closely with WCB staff to sort of rethink and reapply sort of Dead Man 2 restoration activities in a post-fire regime. Actually, Jennifer, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that Dead Man 3 actually is entirely planned in this post-fire regime context and is more sort of reactive or to the existing conditions of the forest. And I would say that elsewhere on the property, where there were fuel breaks, for instance, prior to the CZU fire, we did see the effect of the fuel break work and restoration work sort of creating better conditions for that limited the fire severity where there was work being done. So, I guess at the end of the day, we feel like we have seen the positive effects of fire resilience work happening, and we just didn't quite get it done before the CZU fire came in, but believe that for the third phase, we prevent future fire risk that still is prevalent on the property.
The one piece that I would tack on just briefly would be to say that I really struggled to keep this presentation on our kind of short and impactful format because there's so much involved in the history of the property. There's history with WCB. And then there is that piece that you asked about exactly, which is like, what was the sequencing of these events? So we had the funded project for Dead Man 2, and then the fire ignited, unfortunately, before they were able to begin that work. So ultimately, I think this is a great example of where good forest practice and forest health project planning can be useful regardless of the state of emergency in the broader area. And the fact that they were ready to go with this forest plan and ready to do this implementation renders this part of the landscape ready to put that stuff into action and to create a more resilient landscape, even though they're following after an emergency, which is less than ideal, of course, than doing the preparation ahead of time.
So I have two questions. One is following his, just so I understand. So the planning for how you would manage this particular area was done before the fire. The fire happens, and now you're continuing with the actually doing what you had intended to do before the fire. Has much changed? And then I'll tell you my second question because that may help you answer it. I don't know exactly what is meant by restoration thinning of 300 acres of redwood and hardwood forests. Can you describe what that means? I can imagine what restoration thinning is, but maybe in a pre-fire condition, it would be one thing, and in a post-fire condition, it would be another thing.
Yeah. Okay, let's just keep flip-flopping. So for this instance, with the existing forest restoration plan that the league had for the property, the thinning treatments and prescription are virtually unchanged by the fire. I'm of the opinion that they are made ever more important by the fire impacts in the area. And if we go back to this visual, the arrangement of these fuels and vegetation are a specific outcome of this area having been burned. The standing dead material would have been having, live vegetation and all of that when the plan was written. However, it's still overly dense, and the foresters that were hired by the league to help create the plan with like this overall holistic ecological management of this reserve as their focus, see this as overly dense. And so they would be thinning it, whether it's live or dead. Unfortunately, now that it is dead from the fire, it's more it's more vulnerable to burning, to beetle diseases. And so it becomes this self-fulfilling cycle in forests where there's this sort of race to the most denuded condition. And if a fire comes through in the near term, you get a stand replacing fire and you start type converting. So I think that's some of the, basically the quality of the plan is still able to be implemented.
So I'm, again, not a scientist. So when you're talking about thinning, what you're talking about as we look at these pictures, taking out some of the trees?
Yes, exactly. So the selective thinning means that they're going through the area and they are marking trees to be removed based on a prescription from a registered professional forester who has the qualifications to manage this for forest health outcomes that are desirable. And so this is an example of a unit that has had the selective thinning. And in this particular project, they're prioritizing retaining redwoods to increase vigor and complexity. And they are using some really kind of unusual directional felling techniques to allow the redwoods to develop kind of out into those pockets of light and form these lateral branches that provide this really unique and essential habitat for certain nesting birds. In addition to that, they'll go through and select for the species type. So are they trying to preserve redwoods, or in some areas it may be appropriate to have mature tan oaks, and replicate that diversity throughout California that is so special to our state.
So do they leave the biomass in the forest or are they taking it out?
In this instance, a lot of it is left on site. The project does include piling and burning where they can access it.
Mhm.
The terrain, again, is quite steep and, unfortunately, that tool can't be applied in every instance. And that's also why the grantee is looking to move towards the use of prescribed fire, because that can, if units are planned and prepped appropriately, that can be applied in areas you can't access with equipment or hand crews necessarily.
So the felled trees will potentially be, depending on whether or not they get hit by prescribed fire, will potentially be allowed to disintegrate into the soil, become animal habitat, that kind of thing, sort of as part of a natural cycle?
Yes.
Okay.
Moving to public comment. Anyone that wants to comment that's in the room on this agenda item, please go ahead and line up in the aisle. And simultaneously, we'll have our audiovisual folks open the virtual queue. Not seeing anyone in the room, but giving a second more for the virtual queue. Do we have any folks online that'd like to comment?
Yes, we have one raised hand.
Okay. Why don't we go ahead and invite that person in and go ahead and close the virtual queue for this agenda item. Thank you.
All right, we got Jack Geschiedt. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I'm actually here for another issue, but my jaw is kind of at my ankles with what I've just heard about Save the Redwoods League. God bless. But I want to recommend to all of you Chad Hansen's book, about what this is proposing, which is not just pre-fire logging, but post-fire logging. This is the management mania now, where we need to cut down forests before they burn because of the buildup of fuel because we suppressed fires. And now I'm just watching, just aghast, agape, that you're also recommending logging after a fire. And it's logging. Thinning is cutting down trees. These are healthy post-burn forests. I live in Marin County and I just saw the Woodward Valley fire and walked through that area, which is like the pictures you're showing, and you're describing a natural ecological process of the understory growth. Dead trees, standing dead trees, snag forests are healthy habitat. They don't need to be managed. Oh my goodness, I've got adrenaline in my system. Forgive me, I'm just so disturbed that Save the Redwoods League is now advocating managing forests both before they burn because they've built up too much fuel, which is nonsense. There's no such thing as an overgrown forest. And now in addition, post-fire logging because nature doesn't know what it's doing by growing thick understory and leaving standing dead trees, which are woodpecker habitat and animal habitat. This is all healthy forests. Forests don't need to be managed. Anyway, thank you for your indulgence. I could go on, but I just wanted to do 2 minutes, thank you, to support, I can't even see the members here through the Zoom, who is asking good pointed questions. I encourage you to do so. And Smokescreen is the book by Chad Hansen, Sierra Club board member, who knows about this stuff and has taught me so much. Please read it, folks. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Jack. And well timed. You're right at the 2-minute mark. We appreciate your input. And let me confirm, do we have any other speakers on this item virtually?
There are no raised hands.
Great. So moving off public comment and coming back up to the board for discussion and possible motion.
Yeah, I
Kathy?
have one more question for staff. I should have asked this earlier, but are there surveys going on pre and post treatment on wildlife? What's there? Because as we all know, there are some, at least in the Sierra, this may not be true in this part of the world, fire dependent wildlife who suddenly appear in these areas. That answers my question. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Seeing none, looking left and right here on my. Anyone like to make a motion to approve agenda item 21 as proposed in the agenda?
So moved.
Okay, I'll second.
Chair Boakday, absent. Vice Chair Bonham,
Yes.
Member Nagami,
Aye.
Member Pavle,
Yes.
Member Peralt,
Aye.
Member Phillips.
I want to take a minute to say something as I'm voting. I have read Chad's book, and in fact, I've walked in post high intensity fire areas with Chad, and I've learned a great deal from him about this kind of project. I am comfortable voting yes on this project because I appreciate that you're surveying for and paying attention to what's going on in the forest and that you are not taking out these trees to be sent off to mills, that these are going to be able to be integrated into the ecosystem. And I'm anticipating that because of the folks who are doing it, that there's going to be a lot of pre and post analysis to inform what you're doing in the future. So I appreciate what Chad has contributed to this whole discussion, and I feel comfortable voting aye on this.
Member Murray, absent. The motion passes.
On to agenda item 22, please.
Thank you very much, Jen. Alyssa Benedette, come on up. Benedetti.
This is a proposal for a grant to East Bay Regional Park District to expand the oh my gosh, sorry. Martin Luther King Jr. Regional Shoreline by converting an empty 8-acre lot into a bayfront park. The project will serve severely disadvantaged communities throughout East Oakland, which face increased environmental challenges due to decades of systemic inequalities. The project location is in the top 10% of scores on Cal EnviroScreen and is noted as having less than 3 acres of green space per 1,000 residents. Previous WCB investment in this 740-acre regional shoreline unit includes the Doolittle Public Boat Launch, which was just completed last year in 2023. So the property is bordered by a section of the San Francisco Bay Trail and is adjacent to the Park District's Tidewater Boating Center, which includes training classrooms, kayak boat storage, and a public boat launch. The water is calm in this part of the bay, making it a popular spot for launching kayaks, especially for beginners. The Park District and other local nonprofits use this facility to hold kayaking, canoeing, fishing, and water safety courses, which currently serve around 250 people per year. The center is also home to the Oakland Strokes, which is a nonprofit junior rowing organization for middle and high school students. Public input was a key part of this planning process, and Oakland area residents were surveyed about public health concerns and program needs to determine what features in this new park would best serve the community. The day use area will be free and open to the public with ADA accessible facilities. It will provide additional outdoor space for expanding community and youth programs and serve as a gateway to the San Francisco Bay Trail and boating in the San Leandro Bay and Oakland estuary. So some key features of the day use area includes an outdoor classroom, play areas, and picnic areas. The existing gravel parking lot, which is used for the boating center, will be paved and expanded to accommodate more users for the day use area. The park will contain about a half mile of walking trails with interpretive signage, seating, and viewpoints overlooking the bay. In addition, over half the park's area will be planted with over 200 native trees, shrubs, and grasses to provide much needed green space to an urban area, reduce heat island effects, and sequester carbon. There are several funders involved in this larger project. WCB is just one of them. So the features that this award would primarily support would be the ADA accessible restroom, the trails and signage, and the outdoor classroom space. So with us today, representing East Bay Regional Park District, we have Toby Perry online and Katie Hornbeck, who's in the room with us, and would like to say a few words.
Hi, good morning. My name is Katie Hornbeck. I'm the grants manager at East Bay Regional Park District. First, I wanted to say thank you to the amazing staff at Wildlife Conservation Board. Over the years, I've worked with many different staff, and they're just always so kind and patient and professional. I just always enjoy working with WCB. But we are absolutely thrilled and deeply grateful to the Wildlife Conservation Board for this critical investment in environmental justice. The Tidewater project is located in a formerly redline community, and so this project helps address decades of systemic inequities that have limited access to green spaces and heightened environmental challenges. Creating accessible green spaces like Tidewater promotes the physical and mental well-being of not only East Oakland residents, but the overall quality of life for Californians. On a personal note, when I first began in this role as grants manager about 5 years ago, this project was the very first application I submitted for. So it's been a long-awaited goal of mine to see this project come to life, and this WCB grant award significantly helps in bridging the funding gap and make this project a reality. So again, thank you so much for your support and partnership with the East Bay Regional Park District.
I believe Toby is online.
He's not going to make comments.
He's not going to make
All right, and
It's
it's
just- he's
Toby
available.
Perry. Okay, Toby Perry, you should be able to speak.
Yeah, I'll just echo Katie's sentiment. I'm the project manager, Toby Perry, with the East Bay Regional Park District. I've been working on this project since its inception back in really around, we first started working on this project back in 2017, 2018. Actually as far back as 2016 when I started the district. So I too am very excited about seeing this park get built. So thank you for your funding and happy to answer questions should you have them.
Great. Thank you, Toby. Okay, any board questions for staff?
Thank you for the presentation. This sounds like a fantastic project. I'm so excited that WCB is involved. The interpretive science says will address coastal ecology, environmental health, and cultural history. Will the environmental justice component be sort of highlighted in those signs? I think that, especially if this is a formerly redlined community, for that story to be told and explained to folks who come and visit, it will allow residents to see themselves reflected in the history and the decisions that are happening now in terms of funding. Also making sure that WCB is in there if there's an explanation of which all agencies provided the funding to show that agencies like ours are in the business of funding these types of projects, I think would be important.
Yeah, for the first part of your question, I might turn to Katie for the funder recognition. That is something that's always in our grant agreements that is required, so, yeah.
Katie Hornbeck again, East Bay Regional Park District. Toby Perry might be able to answer more in detail on the interpretive panels, but we work really closely, or the project team works closely with our interpretive and recreation department staff. And they take the lead in developing all the interpretive signage. So there'll be a variety. But if they haven't considered this the environmental justice component, I'll certainly bring that back to them because it is a critical piece to the project's location and why this project is developed. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Great point. Any other questions from board members for staff on the presentation? Seeing none, if you're in the room, you'd like to make a 2-minute public comment, please feel free to queue up, and we're opening the online queue as well. We'll pause for a moment. Seeing no one in the room lining up, do we have any speakers online?
There are no raised hands.
Great. So closing public comment, coming back up to the dais for any further discussion or motion from a board member.
I'll move to approve this item.
Second?
Roll call, please.
Chair Boakday absent, Vice Chair Bonham,
Yes.
Member Nagami,
Yes.
Member Pavle,
Yes.
Member Peralt,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Yes.
Member Murray absent. Motion passes.
Awesome. Okay, heading on to agenda item 23.
We have James Croft to present for us.
There we go. Good morning. This proposal is to consider the allocation for a grant to the State Coastal Conservancy for a cooperative project with local, private, and public landowners to complete tidal marsh restoration through invasive Spartina control within the San Francisco Bay Delta. Since the early 1900s, more than 85% of the tidal marshes in the Bay Delta have been lost due to alterations for flood control, agriculture, salt production, and development. Substantial partnerships have been developed to restore Bay Delta tidal marshes, with partners including state, federal, and local agencies and private landowners. In 2005, the State Coastal Conservancy and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, after completing extensive planning and environmental permitting, began treating invasive Spartina through the San Francisco Estuary Invasive Spartina Project. As of 2023 monitoring data, the invasive Spartina project has reduced the net area of invasive Spartina in the Bay Delta by 97%. Bay Delta tidal marsh habitat supports a variety of species, including salt marsh harvest mouse, water birds, waterfowl, shorebirds, and the California ridge-raised rail, hereafter referred to simply as rail. The Bay Delta contains incredibly important habitat for migratory birds and supports more than 200 different avian species. Audubon, California has identified 18 important bird areas in the Bay Delta alone, recognizing that the Bay Delta provides essential habitat for breeding, wintering, and migratory birds, including up to 20% of North America's migrating or wintering waterfowl. Invasive Spartina was planted in the 1970s by the Army Corps of Engineers and later hybridized with native Spartina. The invasive Spartina hybrids can grow both higher and lower on the tidal elevational gradient than the native Spartina, colonizing open mudflats, the mid and high marsh, and adjacent upland transition habitats. Invasive Spartina outcompetes other native vegetation, presenting a significant problem for the native marsh community of plants and wildlife. Invasive Spartina infestations reduce biodiversity, degrade foraging habitat for waterbirds, shorebirds, and waterfowl, and can clog flood control channels. Studies have shown that invasive Spartina can be spread extensively via tides and currents, not only to other closely adjacent areas, but outside the Bay Delta to other wetlands along the California coast. The project will protect and enhance biodiversity in Bay Delta tidal marshes, a priority area and habitat of State Wildlife Action Plan. This will be accomplished by removing invasive Spartina through the application of aquatic herbicide, consistent with integrated pest management best practices within a comprehensive control program developed by the recommendations of a broad scientific technical advisory committee. During the 3-year project period, the project will control and monitor invasive Spartina across all project sites, with a special focus on controlling invasive Spartina in East Bay marshes, where control activities are now permitted by a new 10-year biological opinion from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The new 2023 to 2033 biological opinion allows Spartina control work at these East Bay sites as part of a carefully planned phased approach, including strategic siting and phasing of herbicide treatment and revegetation activities to protect and expand rail habitat in the project sites and adjacent areas. Annual rail breeding season surveys will be conducted by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and CDFW biologists to track rail usage of revegetated habitat areas. 50,000 native plants, including native Spartina and marsh gum plant, will be installed where invasive Spartina has been removed and in adjacent upland transition zone areas to enhance habitat for wildlife. Establishment of newly installed native Spartina plants will provide essential foraging, nesting, breeding, and high tide refuge habitat for rail and other avian species. 20 high tide refuge islands will be constructed within the project area to provide higher elevation refugia for mammals and birds, including rail, during king tide events. These refuge islands are likely to coincide with native revegetation locations, such as mudflats and upland transition zones, like you see in the picture here. The project improvements will increase tidal marsh habitat availability and quality while protecting and enhancing biodiversity of the vegetative and wildlife communities within the Bay Delta. This work will also provide a range of ecosystem services and will strengthen the ecosystem and community resilience by protecting the integrity of wetlands that serve as carbon sinks, filter urban runoff, provide nurseries for aquatic life, and buffer communities from sea level rise. A healthy shoreline also includes some direct and indirect public access benefits, such as open space and wildlife viewing. Staff recommends that the Wildlife Conservation Board approve this project as proposed. Here today to answer any questions you have is Marilyn Rada and Erica Johnson from the State Coastal Conservancy. And on Zoom, we have Drew Kerr, the Invasive Spartina Treatment Program Manager. Thank you.
We're still learning.
Hi, I'm Marilyn Latta with the State Coastal Conservancy, and I'm a project manager in our San Francisco Bay program. I just really want to thank the Wildlife Conservation Board and staff for considering this item. Invasive Spartina, as James described, has caused physical and biological impacts in San Francisco Bay. It reduces biodiversity and it reduces food resources for many species of fish and wildlife that use the bay. And this is supported by over 150 landowners in our coalition and is part of a major investment, protecting the major investment in native tidal marsh restoration bay-wide. We have a 100,000-acre goal, and this project helps to ensure that we have native habitat that functions as planned. So we really appreciate your consideration. Happy to answer any questions.
I had a question. I have a question, yes, thank you. I have a lot of respect for the California Coastal Conservancy. You do great work, but since it's gonna come up and we're gonna talk about it, why did you feel that glyphosate was the, part of the solution to getting rid of the invasive?
I'm sorry, I couldn't fully hear the question.
Senator, if you pull the mic
Yes,
over.
sorry, seems so close. Since it's going to be coming up in conversations in a few minutes, I wanted to hear from you, since I respect greatly the good work of the Coastal Conservancy, why you're using glyphosate.
Great question. So we actually use the herbicide imazapyr for this project. We don't use glyphosate. It's an aquatically approved herbicide for use in aquatic areas. It's fully approved by the EPA, by Fish and Wildlife Service, by the Water Board. And we carefully target the treatment of herbicide to the invasive plants to have the most minimal impact on the surrounding native plants. As part of the planning for this project, the Coastal Conservancy, who's the state lead, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, who's the federal project lead, worked with many landowning partners on our programmatic EIRS and considered manual removal techniques for this invasive plant. That was deemed to be much more impactful to the marshes because actually digging it out would cause great impact to the native surrounding plants, as well as disrupt the native marsh surface and the physical integrity of the marsh and requiring many more years of recovery. So the herbicide was identified as the least impactful method to remove the invasive plant.
Catherine? Okay. Hey, just to follow up on a couple of questions that take the senator's kind of line of inquiry further. So you're the Coastal Conservancy project manager, correct? So I assume you've been out into the restoration site often, correct? Okay. And it's not all dry land as if one were in a terrestrial setting, correct? It's water engaging with land. Could you explain that a little bit?
Exactly. So our project area is about 70,000 acres in San Francisco Bay. That's all tidally influenced habitat. So it's tidal marshes that are vegetated as well as unvegetated tidal mudflats.
Okay. And over the trajectory of this globally significant restoration area for this massive estuary, I think I heard in the presentation from board staff, you've accomplished the eradication of this non-native like to a high percentage. Is that correct?
Our coalition is so happy that we're at 97% removal of the invasive plant. But across that large project area, we still do have a critical amount of that 3% to treat or we risk rehybridization.
And in my words, but would you say the proposal you have in front of the board is to tackle that remaining last piece and get it done?
Correct.
Eliminate that kind of present risk.
That is correct. In this next, we're very excited about the biological opinion that James Croft mentioned, which allows for a phased path forward of careful treatment and revegetation. So this next 3-year period, we expect substantial progress towards the remaining 3%.
Great. And I think for now, my final question, I appreciate the rigor in which the applicants filled out the herbicide questionnaire. In my opinion, you filled it out most comprehensively of the questionnaires I've been seeing over the last year or so. I appreciated that. And I noticed you've also tested other non-herbicide application possibilities. For example, I read about tarping. And you have concluded at the expert level, tarping just doesn't work in this high tidal energy. Could you explain that?
Great question. So tarping was tested and tried. It can work on plants that don't grow the way Spartina does.
Okay.
It grows by rhizome and shoots out very extensive underground roots that can then sprout up. So tarping is ineffective on covering the full spread of the plant. It's also very difficult, as you mentioned, to keep in place in a tidal environment without impact and a lot of staking that would cause greater impact.
Good, thank you. Catherine, over to you.
Thanks. So this is like a 17-year project or you guys have been working on this?
Yeah, planning was from 2000 to 2004. The programmatic ERS came out in 2003, record of decision in 2004, and the first year of treatment was 2005.
Okay, so the programmatic EIR came out 20 years ago, roughly.
2003.
Okay. Who actually does the application of the Imazapur, et cetera?
Highly trained small contractors, small business contractors. So that includes Olufsen Environmental, Solitude Lake Management, Recon, and WRA.
And then who do you guys hire to oversee the hiring and?
The State Coastal Conservancy plays a very strong role in management as the state lead, along with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, our federal lead. And then we work carefully with our lead grantee, California Invasive Plant Council, who helps to hire the contractors.
So Cal IPC, which has been coming to us and providing, in my view, disinformation about glyphosate here and in other venues around the state, is the entity that you guys hire to advise and oversee the application of the herbicide in this project.
They are a grantee of the Coastal Conservancy.
Is this just an indefinite program? Like, is this just managing, like, is there no sort of end game for this invasive species? It's just sort of minimizing as best we can year to year, forever?
That is a great question. Our goal is eradication. Our goal is to complete this project. We've made substantial progress and we have slowed down the pace of treatment in order to balance careful protection of the endangered California Ridgeways rail and other species with the application and treatment. So it has been on a slower trajectory because of the complexity of the habitats that we're working in, but our goal is to complete and achieve eradication. We have many sites that have zero detection, many sites in the bay that have less than 10 square meters. We've seen substantial progress, for example, at our phase 1 sites over the last 5 years where we were allowed to come in and phase treatment. We've had over 90% reduction at many of those sites in a couple of years.
Okay, that's helpful. This grant and phase, how long is this expected to go? And then what's your range for outcomes? So it could be completely eradicated next year or possibly 5 years from now, or is it like 10 to 35 years from now?
Great questions. In this 3-year phase, our goal is to reduce by at least 50% that remaining 3%. So we have about 23 net acres bay-wide remaining in the bay. We hope to make substantial progress, at least 50% over this 3-year period. There are 2 final, what we call phase sites that won't initiate until 2027. And at that point, it does require at least 2 to 3 years of treatment before we can see substantial reductions. So my total answer to you is within 10 years is our goal, if not sooner. And it's really dependent on the pace we can achieve with this new biological opinion that just initiated last year.
Okay, and is that using this funding or is there going to need to be like another phase, another tranche of funding later?
We're currently fundraising for the phase between July 2024, August 2024 through July 2027. This item is 2.63 million, which would help to fund a portion of that phase, which is roughly 14 million. And after that phase, we will reinitiate treatment at 2 sites in San Leandro Bay. and continue the multi-year work where we hope to then complete substantially eradication within the next 8 to 10 years from today.
I actually have a couple additional listening to that conversation. In addition to eradication as a purpose for this particular proposal, there are other purposes, correct? For example, you're planting, the project description says 50,000 native plants.
Correct. Yeah, but this is a key action in restoring SFA tidal marshes. So 50,000 native seedlings will be propagated and outplanted as part of this funding request. 20 high tide refuge islands will be planned, permitted, and constructed as part of the request, which is another enhancement action to provide better king tide and high tide habitat for rails and other species.
Is it possible that planting in refugia might produce like a incidental, like king tide resiliency buffer for those on the kind of landward side?
Yes, yes. Those actions specifically are nature-based adaptations to climate change so that we can provide better structure within the tidal marsh to be able to withstand sea level rise and shoreline erosion. And just the protection of native Spartina is a key step in, native green infrastructure that protects the full shoreline of San Francisco Bay.
And if I read the description correctly, in addition to monitoring effectiveness for the eradication and being able to provide funders a sense that this in your intent isn't open-ended and forever, you're also monitoring through this grant, if approved, the kind of rail habitat and the native plant reseeding success. Is that correct?
That's correct. So we do have revegetation monitoring to go out and look at growth, survival of the plants that we put out. We've had between 50 to 70% survival at most of our sites, which is excellent for revegetation work. And then I'm glad you brought up the Ridgeways rail monitoring, which we didn't highlight well enough, but this project, as part of the project, conducts Ridgeways rail call count monitoring. And that data really greatly contributes to the body of science on California Ridgeways rails in San Francisco Bay. There are only about 5 entities that collect data, so we share broadly.
Great, thank you. Looking at colleagues to see if there's
Quick question, comment. I appreciate the abbreviated format for the projects because there's just no way to condense it all down. At the same time, it's hard in sort of an abbreviated project description to get the full background of like the significance, the ecological significance and impact, probably multi sort of factor impacts that the habitat has, the ecosystem has, and the restoration will provide to justify an outlay of continuous, a continuous program to maintain that ecosystem. So I actually did some work in college at Cal on tidal marshlands. So, I mean, I've been out there, I understand that their significance, but, maybe just a little bit more on that could be helpful, I think.
That's helpful feedback. We'll work on improving that. We try to balance it with what we say in the room versus what we put on paper, but we can do that. Thanks.
okay. So we're going to move to public comment. I do think we are planning for public comment here. So those in the room, if you could go ahead and queue up or take the aisle seat, we'll go through in the room. And while we're having people assemble, could we open a virtual queue? Reminder for those joining remotely, go ahead and raise your hand. And we'll give it a second, but we are going to come back and kind of close that queue. Catherine's poised to.
I just have a question for you, Chuck. When do we have our conversation amongst ourselves? Is that just before we vote?
Yeah, how about after this, we'll come back up for discussion motion. and then see if there's a motion for vote. Okay, so just checking with the audio visual. I know we have folks. We'll go ahead and kind of close the queue online, and then we'll come back here in the room. If you could remember to introduce yourself. And if you want to offer affiliation with the organization, not required, but helpful. And 2 minutes, please.
Board members.
Could you come a little closer to your mic?
Good morning to the board members and Director Norris. Excuse me. I'm Tori Byington, Sacramento Valley Regional Director with River Partners. And I just wanted to speak in support of this project. And while we're not directly involved with this project, we are sharing many of the same goals in trying to protect our wildlands from the environmental devastation wrought by invasive plant species. So really, we ask the board to review the scientific merit of the State Coastal Conservancy's approach and its efficacy in meeting the project objectives and the mission and strategic plan of the Wildlife Conservation Board. The applicant and their project team are experienced in the careful application of herbicides and need to be able to utilize all the necessary tools in their practitioner toolbox to combat invasive Spartina. And on behalf of River Partners, I strongly urge the board to approve this project. Thank you.
Good morning, Director Norris and board members. Nicholas Mazzotti on behalf of Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District and as a beneficiary of this project, in strong support of this important proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. To my eye, it looks like we don't have additional speakers in the room. Could y'all give us a sense of how many we have in the virtual queue?
We have 13 raised hands.
Great. So the queue's closed and each speaker, 2 minutes. There should be like a clock you can see on your screen. And we'll go through the 13 speakers. Go ahead and start calling our folks, please.
All right, our first one's going to be Paul De Silva. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. My name is Paul De Silva, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Marin County chapter of the California Native Plant Society. We support the work of the Invasive Spartina Project to protect San Francisco Bay tidal marshes. We have supported this project from the beginning, and we now support this project proposal to continue the next phase of the work. It will protect the native plants of Marin County, and we fully support that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Next speaker, please.
All right, that's going to be Barbara Salzman. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm Barbara Salzman. I'm president of Marin Audubon Society. I wanted to say a few words in support of this project. From our extensive experience controlling non-native plants on our properties. We happen to own about 500 acres of tidal marsh, seasonal marsh, and adjacent uplands along San Francisco Bay. And we spend a lot of time and use a lot of methods to control the invasive species. We use imazapyr. We use it not for, we don't have any, the non-native cordgrass on our property. And I attribute that to the good work so far of the Invasive Spartina Project. We do have another highly invasive weed that we use imazapyr on, and that's Lepidium. And we've tried many ways, and so there's extensive information in the literature on treating this awful problem plant. There's no other way except using herbicides. You can't put down tarps in the bay. They just won't stay in place with tidal marshes, with the waves coming in and out. We use it with as does the Invasive Spartina Project, with approval of the Water Board biologist. We use a professional licensed applicator, and it's applied to individual plants. Not sprayed. So we found it the only way. We've tried clipping and other things, and it just hasn't worked. So we attribute the extensive, we applaud the extensive work that the Invasive Spartina Project has done so far. And shudder actually to think of what the bay would look like if they haven't been around doing their good work. We have benefited by the rail studies that have been brought up, and they do monitor continually monitor in a couple of our sites for the invasive Spartina. So we urge you to approve this grant. It's a
Great.
will be continued great.
Barbara, if I could ask you to wrap up, please.
I'm finished.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Next speaker, please. And just a reminder, you should have a timer on your screen, and I'm watching the one in the room, and I'll give you like a 5-second left kind of nudge. Appreciate it. Next speaker, please.
All right, that's going to be Melinda McNutton. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you. My name is Melinda McNaughton, and I live in Half Moon Bay, and I work with a local community group called El Granada Advocates. I'd like to bring to attention to the problems with the normalization of pesticide use pertaining to the 20-year Spartina project. Research shows a progressive decline of endangered species. The Ridgway rail and the salt marsh harvest mouse has taken place during the span of this project. I urge the Wildlife Conservation Board to pause approval of continuing this project until this data is considered. Pesticide use has become overly normalized in habitat restoration, influenced by the Invasive Plant Council and pesticide industry. IPC and government agencies use words and rhetoric to normalize and disarm their work. Quote, pesticides are a tool in our toolbox, end quote. Pesticides are called, quote, treatments or applications, end quote. And finally, the most overused, quote, judicious and careful use of pesticides are used when necessary. What defines judicious and careful? We know many hundreds of gallons of pesticides per year are applied continuously on these types of projects. It seems like a never-ending thing. This particular project seems to be relying on outdated information and prioritizing herbicides over safer alternatives, which is not the original intent of IPM. This push to continue use of pesticides in this project shows the reliance on an old standard and procedure without looking at the damaging data. It seems like an oxymoron to use toxic chemicals on wildlife ecosystems to protect them. We know these chemicals travel in our water, air, and soil. We need to constantly look for other ways. New data and science must guide Wildlife Conservation Board's decisions. I request a hold on this project until the latest research is reviewed or prevent this project from using imazapyr. Thank you so much.
Thank you for making the time and offering your input. Appreciate it. Next speaker, please.
The next one is Mary McAllister. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
My name is Mary McAllister. I urge the board not to fund the eradication of non-native Spartina and its hybrid. This project, which began over 20 years ago, had cost over $50 million by 2023. Non-native Spartina, native to the east and Gulf coasts, provides crucial habitat for clapper rails, closely related to our endangered Ridgway rails. Non-native Spartina grows taller, denser, and doesn't die back in winter as native Spartina does. Because early aerial spraying eradicated most non-native Spartina in 2010, by 2010, Ridgway rail populations declined by 50%. Due to habitat loss. The project was temporarily paused in 2014 to plant native marsh plants and stabilize rail population. When the project was resumed in most places, the rail population declined an additional 18% from 2018 to 2023. Pickleweed was planted based on the mistaken assumption it would benefit endangered salt marsh harvest mice. Recent studies show there are more mice in areas with less pickleweed, and they eat both native and non-native plants. For the past 10 years, the focus has been on eradicating a hybrid of Spartina, though it's indistinguishable from native Spartina, and 7,200 genetic tests were required from 2010 to 2022 to identify it. Hybridization is a natural evolutionary process that supports natural selection. I urge you to stop funding this harmful, futile effort that kills ridgeway rails and provides no clear benefit to salt marsh harvest mice. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mary. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is going to be April Gee. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is April G with the SF Forest Alliance. I just wanted to note that this project sprays toxic herbicides that give no preferential treatment to native plants. It's been going on for 20 years, and at this point, it can be argued that it simply kills off crucial habitat and poisons wildlife. I understand that it reseeds with native plants, but many of us think we've gotten to a point where the spraying needs to stop to allow the wildlife to actually thrive. We know for sure that it has killed hundreds of the endangered bird called the Ridgway rail and has also raised away the habitat of the endangered salt marsh harvest mice because the herbicide kills off native plants as well. We don't know how many other plants and animals are being poisoned by the invasive Spartina project, but let me remind you that marshes are also the nurseries of our fisheries. Mollusks such as oysters, mussels, and clams, and crustaceans and insects and fish are likely dying off because of the loss of habitat and the toxicity of the herbicides. They may not be protected under the Endangered Species Act, but they are the food chain of legally protected species and are just as important to the survival of this habitat. Please stop funding the destruction of the entire food web of the San Francisco Bay. After 20 years and hundreds of dead birds, it should be clear that there's no benefit to continuing this poisonous project. The Endangered Species Act is meaningless if it doesn't protect an endangered bird. Please remember that the mission of the Wildlife Conservation Board is to protect wildlife. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you, April. Next speaker, please.
All right, the next speaker is Joy Albertson. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Hello, I am Joy Albertson with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service at the San Francisco Bay National Wildlife Refuge Complex. We're the federal lead for the invasive Spartina project, working closely with a coastal conservancy toward our shared goal of eradicating invasive Spartina and hybrids in San Francisco Bay to protect and restore native tidal marshes and mudflats for the benefit of a diverse array of native wildlife species in these habitats, from up to 500,000 migrating shorebirds dependent upon our mudflats in the bay for foraging, to song sparrows and salt marsh harvest mice and rails living in the tidal marshes. As you've heard, the ISP also includes focused native plant restoration and construction of high tide refuge islands in the marshes to enhance the value of the marshes to native wildlife. We're in the home stretch of these efforts to eliminate the threat that invasive Spartina and Spartina hybrids pose to the health of the entire San Francisco Bay tidal marsh ecosystem, including the threat to the large-scale tidal marsh restoration projects, such as the over 15,000 acre South Bay Salt Pond Restoration Project. The invasive Spartina project has carefully planned and is phasing the remaining Spartina eradication efforts to ensure protection of sensitive species populations while working toward our shared goal of Spartina eradication. The Fish and Wildlife Service fully supports and recommends the Spartina project proposal currently before the Wildlife Conservation Board at this critical point in the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Joy. Next speaker, please.
All right, our next speaker is going to be Jack Geschiedt. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Could you start? Yeah, could you? Thank you. I was trying to figure this out. Okay, and now start the clock, please. Thank you. Good morning again. I'm Jack Geschiedt, founder of the Tree Spirit Project and a consultant for indefensive animals, representing 25,000 members in California alone. I'm going to repeat some of what you heard, but I think it's necessary to repeat. Over 6 decades ago, in 1962, Rachel Carson taught us with her seminal book, Silent Spring, that pesticides and herbicides are toxic chemicals. She called them biocides. They poison and kill animals and plants in the interconnected web of life. The poison industry Carson warned us about constantly churns out new biocides that do the same old thing, poisoning and killing plants and animals. Imazapyr used to kill cordgrass here, was introduced over 20 years later in 1983. The Spartina targeted in the bay is a hybrid, as someone said, indistinguishable, that's the word, from so-called native Spartina. Targeting it for eradication is a fool's errand, not just unnecessary, but also ecologically destructive. You can't poison just one plant in a tidal waterway or any ecosystem without also poisoning the ecosystem and harming countless more animals, like geese who feed on Spartina roots, deer who eat Spartina leaves, ridgeways rails, and other birds and mice who eat Spartina seeds. Hybridizing is what all plants do, by their very nature, Mother Nature's design. Poisoning thousands of acres or hundreds of acres of Spartina with hundreds of gallons of imazapyr or any poison is like trying to stop evolution, because hybridization is evolution, species adaptation in action. What's happened to us? How have we gone so astray? Killing, like Rachel Carson's villains, with the pesticide industry as the partner. Instead of conserving now, we're just killing. Restoration used to mean tearing up parking lots, tearing down shopping malls, cleaning up dump sites. Now restorations are perverted and corrupted by billions of chemical industry dollars into exterminations. Conservationists now partner with chemical companies to make silent springs. You good people are the Conservation Board, the Wildlife Conservation Board, I'm almost done, not the Wildlife Extermination Board. Please reject this massive, decade-long poisoning project masquerading as a restoration. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Next speaker, please.
All right, the next speaker is going to be Glenn Phillips. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. I'm Glenn Phillips. I'm the Executive Director of the Golden Gate Bird Alliance, and I am calling in to support this project. It is, I think, critically important that we eliminate invasive Spartina, including the hybrids. The plants completely disrupt our ecosystems, and it is sticking our head in the sand to think that that we can allow this increasing array of invasive species to take over our systems and expect them to deliver the functions that we need them for our own survival. The invasive Spartina project has proven that they are capable of adapting their plans in order to conserve the species that we care so deeply about. And this almost decade-long pause in certain key areas to come up with better plans to protect the Ridgeways Rail is a key example. So I strongly urge you to support this project. It is critical and necessary. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your input. Next speaker, please.
All right, the next speaker is going to be Julian Wood. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, everyone. I'm Julian Wood, the San Francisco Bay Program Leader for Point Blue Conservation Science, and I lead research and monitoring projects that aim to improve restoration and management outcomes for native wildlife and human communities in tidal marsh and other bayland habitats throughout the estuary and delta. I just want to make a few quick points in support of this project. Native tidal marshes really benefit Ridgeways rails and other at-risk birds, and our mudflats do the same for shorebirds and countless other species. And the invasive Spartina project improves habitat for native birds through revegetation of native species and creation of high tide refugia. And our monitoring and research supports these restoration and enhancement actions of the ISP. And finally, our data shows that rail populations are growing at tidally restored sites that are dominated by native vegetation. So we know this works and that this is really one of the most important actions we can take to keep the Ridgeways rail from going extinct in San Francisco Bay and to protect our native wildlife communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Nick Jensen. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today. My name is Nick Jensen, and I'm the Director of the Conservation Program at the California Native Plant Society, or CNPS, providing comments today on behalf of our more than 13,000 members statewide. Invasive plants are among the greatest threats to native plant diversity and ecosystems statewide and beyond. We support the important work being done to protect native cordgrass and other native wetland plant species from invasive Spartina. Native plants constitute a part of our natural and cultural heritage and deserve protection. They provide the foundation for the remaining shoreline habitats around one of North America's largest estuaries. CMPS promotes integrated weed management as the approach to managing invasive plants. In the context of integrated weed management, CMPS supports the responsible use of herbicides when they are identified as part of the most effective and least ecologically disruptive approach. As a result, we fully support the integrated weed management approach included in the San Francisco Bay Invasive Plant Control Project. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. If I'm counting correct, we have like 2 or 3 more speakers. So next speaker, please.
Okay, the next speaker is going to be Elizabeth Fatahivspor. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, fine, thank you. You know, I guess my first question is about native plants. What does a non-native plant become a native plant? And that's because of number one. Actually, 28 countries have banned glyphosate. Among them, Belgium, Denmark, Germany, Italy, etc., France. They don't have invasive species. What are they doing? I think that someone had mentioned, one of the speakers here, about the natural way of plants integrating. In fact, there was a study saying that they were going to get rid of one of these invasive plants, and they realized that for example, birds liked it. So, you know, the way we are really poisoning ourselves is absolutely amazing. I'm really sorry that they are doing this, and I think you should try to listen to some of the speakers here that very good information on this, not to use herbicides. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Next speaker, please.
All right, so we just have 2 left. The next person is going to be Anastasia Glickstern. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Anastasia Glickstern, San Francisco, San Francisco Forest Alliance. I ask that please stop eradication of non-native Spartina and its hybrid. It's harmful to wildlife. In July 2011, people spotted and photographed ridge rail at Heron Heads Park in southeastern San Francisco. It was the first rail observed in San Francisco in decades. It was wearing the radio color, indicating that it arrived from Colma Creek, 7 miles south of Heron's Head. It was one of the hundreds of Spartina control sites in the San Francisco estuary. So the ridgeway had to escape. When Colma Creek was aerial sprayed with herbicides. 3 rails in Colma had to look for new homes because their habitat has been destroyed. In 2012, non-native Spartina at Heron's Head was treated with herbicides. The rail left. It was forced to leave. It might have found new home, or probably it was killed. I don't know what happens. The Spartina eradication project has killed hundreds of endangered birds and non-endangered too, and is continuing to kill them. It must be stopped because it violates the Endangered Species Act. And let me mention in the remaining couple of minutes, this project is lose for everybody. Imazapyr is no better than glyphosate. And glyphosate is also have been approved by EPA. It's okay to use according to EPA. And imazapyr is okay to use. It's very poisonous. It also uses those pathways, different pathways from glyphosate. There is not as much research, but it must be stopped. It's not okay to use herbicides.
Thank you, Anastasia. And to our last speaker, I believe.
Yes, it's gonna be Kim Comte. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good morning, Wildlife Conservation Board. Kim Conti from Non-Toxic Neighborhoods. I'm asking you to please stop funding chemically dependent restoration that harms the very wildlife you're sworn to protect. The evidence is irrefutable. Synthetic pesticides are devastating our ecosystems. Continuing to approve public funds for this decades-long chemically dependent project is not just irresponsible, it's destructive. By doing so, you are personally complicit in this ongoing chemical assault. Your legal duty under the Endangered Species Act is clear. You must prioritize the protection and recovery of the endangered species. Yet by endorsing toxic chemical use, you're violating this mandate by betraying this act as well as public trust. The era of normalizing and justifying pesticides is over. It's time to end this harmful game of pesticide whack-a-mole, a failed approach that swaps one toxic chemical out with another without addressing the root causes of habitat degradation. Non-chemical restoration isn't just possible, it's proven. Supporting pesticide-dependent projects is responsible and betrays your responsibility. The time and opportunity to draw the line in the sand is now. Reject public funds to pesticide-dependent projects and fund restoration efforts that protect rather than poison our ecosystems, wildlife, soil, and water. California's ecosystems and the health of our communities depend on your actions today, and it's time to live up to the agency's name. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
We had one more person raise their hand. Did you want to let them speak? Or no?
Yes, but we're asking those that are engaged to realize we're establishing a moment at the beginning to get in the queue and then closing the queue, which is just like time, manner, and place structure to have an efficient meeting. So please ask the last speaker to join us.
All right, so this will be the last speaker, and it's going to be John Kraus. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. My name is John Kraus. I'm the senior wildlife biologist supervisor here in the Bay Delta region, and I just wanted to speak in support of the invasive Spartina project. They've been an important partner in restoration of our baylands and have continued to be responsive and responsible in their application of herbicides and otherwise outplanting native plants to support the recovery of the Ridgway's rail and the restoration of our important tidal marshes in San Francisco Bay. And so I do appreciate you allowing me to speak last moment here, and I do appreciate the comments about timing. And I understand that I was trying to get in the queue earlier and I had a disconnect on the internet, and so that's why I was just trying to get back in the queue. Hopefully that's understandable, and I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, John. Okay, so coming back up to board members, discussion, conversation, possible motion.
I have a question, or maybe you, Chuck, and Jen would both have experience in this. It's interesting to me that they have 97% control of the weed species. Is in areas that I've worked in that have to do with environmental pollution, et cetera, 97% control is effectively 100% control, and you stop, you anticipate that you can't get to that last 3%. What is the thinking in restoration? Is 97% control not 100% control?
I mean, this is something that the applicants can probably answer better, but it sounded like there were still, in the couple dozens of acres of Spartina throughout the Bay. And I did go out to this site last Friday because I wanted to see it for myself. And my understanding is that this plant, if you don't get as many as you can, or almost all of it, it will re-sprout and regrow. So it sounds to me like getting as close to 100% is the goal. And probably for any given species, it varies, would be my answer. But in this case, their plan is searching to get as close to 100% as they can.
And the map that I have from our board brief, board packet doesn't indicate, from what I can tell, exactly where the applications will be. It just shows the whole project area. Is there a map in the presentation that I missed that shows where the applications will be?
Not
James.
specifically, but I think Marilyn can speak specifically to, and it won't show you on a map, but we can point out specifically the markings that we targeted.
Yeah, so that 23 net acres is remaining throughout the larger Bay project area, but a substantial amount of it is within the East Bay shoreline. So North Marsh, Citation Marsh, and others within City of San Leandro, City of Hayward, and additional sites. But we'd be happy to provide, it basically tracks with the most current maps we have for invasive Spartina detections, and that's where the treatment occurs. So it's within the 9-county, 70,000 acre project area, but it's distinct locations within that marsh matrix.
So it's not distinctive enough that you could say, we're not, I mean, I love the installation of 50,000 native plants within the project area, but I don't love the use of imazapyr. So there's not a way to distinguish between and say we could fund the native plant funding, but exclude these 3 spots of application because you're applying it so broadly.
Yes, our goal is really to eradicate the invasive Spartina as a step in restoring those tidal marshes. It's just as key a step as the native revegetation, and we can't succeed in eradicating the invasive without the application of herbicide.
So how much of the 2.6 million roughly that you're getting from us would be used for purchase and application of imazapyr?
So the monitoring is the largest budget cost for the project, actually going out and monitoring for the invasive. The treatment itself, if I were to estimate, and I'm looking at Erica Johnson, who's also a Coastal Conservancy project manager that works together with me on this application. I would put it in the low hundreds of thousands, 200,000 to 300,000 for treatment. So the actual application of herbicide is a lower footprint and lower cost than the monitoring cost of all of the tidal marsh area, as well as the revegetation, high tide islands, and rail monitoring.
So given that, and given at least my reluctance to vote for projects that have herbicides in them, why did the staff include that in the funding request for us? Because it looks like there are substantial non-WCB funds, and we could have just anticipated that some other entity would pick up that cost as opposed to having now an hour of testimony that included a lot of concern about the application of imazapyr in what is a pretty polluted bay.
Yeah, so the State Coastal Conservancy has engaged multiple funders on this project, and they have multiple grant agreements out that are currently in place for funding that are separate from ours. So they have, pots of funding that are able to do certain things with other folks' funding, and they're still actually going out and fundraising as well. From my perspective, doing the herbicide treatment and revegetation afterwards, it's a hand-in-hand kind of deal. It's the only way that we can get these tidal marshes back to a state where we can then revegetate them and get them to back to what you see here. I mean, these are our previous sites that were treated and revegetated with native plants that are functioning well for rail habitat and other wildlife habitat. So I look at the applications that are delivered to the Wildlife Conservation Board and evaluate those on their own. And What they may or may not be asking for other folks is kind of outside the purview of what we review and select and score as, and to bring forth to the board for funding consideration.
Well,
So
I
I'd like
think
to-
it's within the purview of the staff not to bring herbicide applications to us.
Catherine?
But that being said, can Coastal Conservancy go to another funder to make up for that 300,000 roughly dollars if we decided to do a funding that did not include the application of the herbicide? And that's to the Coastal Conservancy person.
Extremely difficult to tease that out. The monitoring and treatment sometimes occur on the same event. We carefully have the biologists and folks within the project chaperone and accompany the treatment crews. So it's very difficult to tease out the budget line item for the herbicide application versus the other necessary.
So I'd like to go in the queue, but Catherine, if you have follow-up.
I'm
please
done.
do.
Thank you.
Right. So I'm okay with an hour of testimony, 10 minutes of testimony, whatever the public believes it wants to say in public venue will accommodate that. And we heard both supporters and those who are in opposition. That's civil democracy, and I appreciate those 13 people joining us. I do think when we ask, why did you bring this project, we must also follow with contextual reminder. Far fewer projects are being brought by our staff that involve herbicide application than 6 months ago, a year ago, 18 months ago. For some, that might be progress. For others, that might be not far enough yet. I do think in this particular case, for me personally, the applicants in this project completed our questionnaire in one of the most kind of candid, kind of comprehensive ways, in my judgment. Others may disagree. Catherine, your question about 97%, that's high, like very, accomplished success rate in my experience. Your other question about like, when is enough enough? The department, we struggle with, non-native species dynamics across the state and many different types of sensitive habitat, both terrestrial and aquatic. And you will always have the risk that the thing you seek to eradicate does come back. I'm not sure you can actually ever get to 100% in this space. As a non-expert, non-practitioner, I'm not a biologist. And what strikes me in this project is, while there appears to be disagreement, there might also be consensus. It's time for this project to kind of get to its last chapter. It feels like it's been going on long enough. And as a board member, I'm not that enthusiastic about yet another project proposal after this one for the same work that's been going on 2 decades. But I am comfortable in the idea that let's get this last piece done because of our department's relationship with the Coastal Conservancy and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, that we are really at this last component, that the project itself is producing this habitat creation, native plant and monitoring aspect, and that you've come through the more rigorous recent structure we're trying to apply to any projects that involve herbicide.
Chuck, I didn't mean to imply that we shouldn't have testimony. I'm fine with testimony as well as you are. And there's been 1, possibly 2 meetings that I've been at when we haven't had an herbicide project. So whereas there may be, to me, it feels like we're not making the progress we need to make. So I have 3 more meetings here. I challenged the staff to, between now and the May meeting, we have November, February, and May. Don't bring us herbicide projects. Let me leave this board feeling accomplished, and then you can go wild with your herbicides after that.
May I speak? Actually, I want to point out that as the executive director, I make the decision about which projects are brought before the board. And so I don't, while we appreciate the staff recommendation, ultimately it is my call. And that's based on my 30 years of experience, my PhD in ecology, my Endangered Species Act experience. And so I do evaluate these projects. I take it very seriously that this board has concerns, but I also weigh our obligation to protect these habitats for the state of California. And so I think reasonable people can disagree on this issue, but I make the decision based on what projects are brought to us that I think it's worth having this conversation and considering what our values are as a board in a public space. So if I continue to make this harder for you, I apologize, and you can tell me not to do that. But I think the board has not made a policy that we won't fund herbicides. And so you will continue to see those projects. And I'm sorry, when it's appropriate.
Just give it a second, see if board members have other questions or discussion amongst ourselves.
Just one observation from this lengthy hearing. I was curious if the Wildlife Conservation Board or the Coastal Conservancy for this specific project over this long period of time keeps a record of the unintentional harming of wildlife while administering herbicides. I mean, it seems like it's, you know, it would be of interest to you because I know the Coastal Conservancy very well. They wouldn't intentionally, right, harm wildlife. But I was just wondering if there was this ongoing record somewhere.
Yeah, I really appreciate that question.
And maybe it's a subset of species that are more sensitive. I'm not in this space, but I was just curious about that because we've had this conversation a couple of years now. And your work is admired. And so I know your values are right on environmental issues. So I was just curious if that's something that is monitored.
I appreciate that question so much. And relating back, our original programmatic EIRS required very specific mitigation checklists and conservation monitoring and conservation measures associated with each of our field activities. That has been reviewed annually, I'll mention. So even though it can appear like an old document, it has been reviewed against any new listed species and annually reviewed. And we do have a strong record of data from every monitoring event, treatment event that those crews did follow and abide by the mitigation requirements, the conservation measures. And we do, have good biological monitoring occurring during treatment so that if a rail is seen, for example, work stops, there are steps in place for that. And then rails are monitored, and there's quite extensive data with annual Ridgeways Rail monitoring reports that are available.
Thank you. Okay. Sensing, okay, a question or comment?
Thank you. Really appreciate this discussion. As to sort of what kinds of projects should come to the board, thank you, Director Norris, for using your judgment and bringing the projects that should come forward. May have been a little confusing. Sometimes the herbicide discussion comes down to, all about glyphosate. If it's not glyphosate, then, we've been focusing so much on glyphosate. If it's a non-glyphosate herbicide, I'm not sure there's agreement across the board of what to do with that. We just haven't had enough of those discussions. And thank you, Chuck, for articulating where I think I am on this, because I hope that this wraps it up, because that's sort of what I was asking about. It's like, are we just going to keep doing this forever? Maybe we can't get to complete eradication, but hopefully this is the last tranche or the last chapter in this plan. In terms of, Catherine, what you were saying about not bringing herbicide projects in the next few meetings, I would amend that and say, I think we all are hoping to get to the point where herbicide does not come to the board at all in the future, even after you're not on the board anymore. I think nobody here wants chemical herbicides to be used in an ideal situation. But we're also here to protect, as you said, the habitat and native plants and native species for the state of California. And I'm not interested in taking tools off the table that are going to help in that regard. So there may be more discussion, but I'm ready to move the approval of this item forward.
You're ready, or that was actually a motion? Okay,
To clarify, yes, I'll move the item.
I'll make a second.
Chair Bookday, absent. Vice Chair Bonham,
Yes.
Member Nagami,
Yes.
Member Pavle,
Yes.
Member Peralt,
Aye.
Member Phillips,
Hell no.
Member Murray, absent. The motion passes.
Okay, so just for a moment, as a board, do a time check. We're walking into agenda item 24. 5, 6, 7, 8. I think that leaves us 9 specific projects, a few informational things. We have a closed session. My guess closed session is 30 minutes or less,
It's probably 10,
10 minutes.
hopefully.
Okay. We will have public forum for items not on the agenda. It's 12:30. What's the board's pleasure? We could 30-minute lunch, snack break, personal convenience, come back at 1, push through. We could try to see what we can knock out in the next 30 minutes, then take the break. Any preference?
See what we can knock out in the next 30 minutes, everybody.
Okay, so clear, giving everything appropriate due time, but go through as many projects at 1. We'll take a 30-minute kind of personal convenience lunch break. We'll reconvene for what's left at 1:30 and move through the rest of the agenda. Great. So could we get a presentation on item 24, please?
Great, thank you, board members.
Haley Fetchner, go for it. Thank you.
All right, this is a proposal to consider an allocation for a grant to restore approximately 84 acres of grassland and wetland habitat on the former Roddy Ranch Golf Course in Contra Costa County. The project site is nested within 3,700 acres of land that is owned and protected by the East Bay Regional Park District and the East Contra Costa County Habitat Conservancy. This land will eventually form the Deer Valley Regional Preserve, which will be managed to the standards established in the East Contra Costa County Habitat Conservation Plan and Natural Community Conservation Plan. Roddy Ranch was originally established in the 1970s, and in 2000, a 230-acre golf course was built on the ranch and remained in operation until 2016. The construction of the golf course involved grading the site, filling out natural drainages, importing topsoil, and planting non-native grassland and tree species. The features that remain today are golf cart paths, a subsurface drainage system, irrigation ponds, water quality basins, a parking lot, septic system, restrooms, and a pump house. Additionally, ruderal vegetation has colonized the former fairways, sand traps, and other golf course remnants. Looking at some photos of the current conditions on the property, the photos on the left show former irrigation ponds that have shotcrete perimeters with steep side slopes, which has resulted in erosion and sedimentation. The photos on the right show drainages that are either eroded or filled in to accommodate golf course landscaping. As a result of these past modifications, the former Roddy Ranch Golf Course is underperforming both biologically and hydrologically compared to the immediate surrounding landscape. In 2018, the former golf course was acquired by the East Bay Regional Park District with partial funding by the Wildlife Conservation Board with the goal to restore ecological functions to this property. Then in 2020, the board approved slightly more than $500,000 to develop wetland and grassland restoration design plans for this former golf course. The primary objective of the project that is being proposed today is to implement the planning designs and restore wetland and grassland habitat and daylight and restore ephemeral drainages. The area that is going to be restored is shown on the highlighted section of the map. First, to restore the natural topography, the existing golf course infrastructure will be demolished and removed, and sand traps and artificial golf course grading will be renaturalized to ensure sustainable drainage. The constructed irrigation ponds and water quality basin, shown in the dark and light blue ovals on the top of the map, will be converted into wetlands by removing or decommissioning existing infrastructure, removing built-up sediment, and regrading the ponds to have more natural side slopes, which will reduce erosion risk and be more accessible for wildlife. The existing storm drain system network will also be removed, and the natural drainages, which are shown on the light blue lines on the map, will be restored. This will promote shallow groundwater recharge that will slowly provide water to the wetlands at the base of the slope through lateral migration. Then native vegetation, such as Great Valley gumweed, will be reestablished across the site to restore grassland and wetland habitat. Once completed, the newly restored habitat will benefit a variety of special status species, including the California tiger salamander, California red-legged frog, Swainson's hawk, and fairy shrimp. And it will facilitate habitat connectivity between two ecoregions, the Western San Joaquin Valley and the eastern reach of the Diablo Range. The natural hydrological cycle will also be restored by removing the artificial storm drain system and allowing water to flow freely and infiltrate into the subsurface. This will reduce surface flow that could otherwise result in gully erosion and improve water quality by slowing flows and filtering out contaminants, therefore contributing to the ecosystem's overall stability and health. In addition to the wetland and grassland restoration proposed, cost share will be used to incorporate public access components on the property. This will include a staging area for public access with accessible parking and equestrian trailer parking, drinking fountains, a shade pavilion, restroom, and multi-use trails, some of which will be ADA accessible. Ultimately, the project will transform this underperforming landscape into functional, high-quality wetland and grassland habitat, benefiting multiple special status species while also providing a variety of opportunities for public access. Staff recommends that the Wildlife Conservation Board approve the project as proposed. Joining us in person to answer questions and provide comments are Katie Hornbeck, Grants Manager from the East Bay Regional Park District, and Abby Fateman, Executive Director for the East Contra Costa County Habitat Conservancy. And then also online, we have Eva Levitt, Landscape Architect from the East Bay Regional Park District. Thank you.
So who wants to make comments? Just Abby or both? Okay, yeah.
Good afternoon, Katie Hornbeck, Grants Manager with East Bay Regional Park District. We are immensely grateful to the Wildlife Conservation Board for recognizing the importance of restoring grasslands and wetlands as habitat at the former Roddy Ranch Golf Course. This project not only supports special status species, but also provides infrastructure for compatible recreational activities with an open space preserve. It also aligns with California's goals for using nature-based solutions to advance local habitat conservation plans, protecting biodiversity and enhancing climate resilience. On a personal note, this project and grant award are exciting for me as this project is happening in my hometown. So knowing there will be another regional park in the East County is always great news. Thank you again for your continued support and partnership with the Park District.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Board. Director Bonham, Dr. Norris, and Board of Directors. I appreciate this opportunity to speak to you about this super exciting project. As a biologist who has grown up to be a bureaucrat, it is the type of project that you want to do. You dream of restoring degraded habitats, but when you look at converting what was a golf course that went out of business back into functional habitat that is really the donut hole in a much larger preserve that was originally envisioned to be executive homes around a golf course, you feel like you're winning. So thank you for being part of that and helping fund this. And I'm happy to answer any questions about the habitat or goals in this region and our partnership with East Bay Regional Park District. Thank you.
Yeah, any questions?
I also like that, I think all of today's projects, certainly most, the non-WCB funding is greater than the WCB funding. It's good to leverage. So we'll go to public comment. Those in the room that may want to join. I don't see anyone in the room. Do we have anyone online?
There is one raised hand. Ava Levitt, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Eva Rose Levitt, and I am the landscape architect and project manager for this project with the East Bay Regional Park District. So I just wanted to reiterate what my colleagues said about how grateful and excited we are about this opportunity and moving the project forward into implementation. Thank you.
Great. Okay, thanks for that. And coming back up to the board.
I'd be glad to move approval of file item 24, the Roddy Ranch Golf Course
I'll make a second.
restoration.
Roll call, please.
Chair Bolte absent, Vice Chair Bonham,
Yes.
Member Nagami,
Yes.
Member Pavle,
Yes.
Member Peralt. Aye. Member Phillips,
Yes.
Member Murray absent, motion passes.
Great. Let me, as we come up for agenda item 25, just also come back to the board for a procedural question. It looks like we might be able to even increase our efficiency higher and overlap closed session with our break. Does anyone need to go out for, like, you have enough sustenance to do a quick personal convenience meet? Okay. So we will still break at 1, but for public's awareness, we're gonna do closed session at the time we break at 1. When we come back at 1:30, we'll report out on closed session and then pick up everything else on the agenda. Perfect.
Melissa Benedetti with another great access project.
Oh. There we go. All right, so this is a proposal for a grant to Mount Diablo Interpretive Association, or MDIA, who is the nonprofit partner of Mount Diablo State Park, to construct a permanent education center that can accommodate class field trips and support the expansion of interpretive programs to reach new audiences from underrepresented groups. Mount Diablo is a locally beloved, highly visited park with 162 miles of hiking trails and abundant wildlife viewing opportunities. The Mitchell Canyon entrance and staging area is a major trailhead and an ideal location for leading interpretive programs. Within just a short walk, visitors can experience oak woodland, grassland, riparian, and chaparral habitats. MDIA volunteers lead educational hikes at Mitchell Canyon throughout the year, and seasonal hikes centered around wildflowers, butterflies, and the resident tarantulas. The existing visitor center and MDIA's base of operations at Mitchell Canyon is a 20-year-old 400 square foot trailer, which can only accommodate a few people at a time and a limited amount of educational posters and displays. The native plant garden behind the trailer is used as a teaching tool as well and will remain there and be incorporated into the new education center. So MDIA and state parks are particularly interested in expanding access to the park for school groups with a focus on serving Title I schools throughout the East Bay area. There are 150 Title I schools in Contra Costa County, yet last year only one of them visited the park. And this is partially due to the difficulties of driving a bus up the long and winding road to the Summit Museum, which is currently the only other educational venue at the park. The Mitchell Canyon site is already bus accessible and is closer to many of the disadvantaged communities in the area, which is shown in the figure on the left from the DWR mapping tool. As part of the project, MDIA will increase targeted outreach to Title I schools in the region, and they've also set aside $10,000 in local donations to pay for school buses in the first year of operation. And that's just a start. They do intend to continue fundraising to provide that kind of assistance. So the new facility will consist of the main education center building, covered entrance pavilion, and an open breezeway leading back to the native plant garden. The structure will be able to accommodate larger groups and class field trips and will be fully ADA accessible. In addition, the existing restroom and walking paths within the native plant garden will be upgraded to allow ADA access, and a bus loading zone will be added to the parking lot. So this is the kind of current working concept for the interior exhibits and interpretive themes that the displays will cover. This will be further refined during the project term so that by the time the building is complete, the displays will be ready to be ordered for fabrication and installed. The interpretive content will align with both the state parks education goals and California K-12 science standards. The planning team includes state parks interpretive staff, Contra Costa County Office of Education, and retired teachers, as well as tribal consultants. And if it will go. Will help, okay. So I'll leave you just with this rendering of what the Education Center will look like. We have a whole bunch of MDIA board members here with us today in person. We have Stephen Smith, who's the president, Mike Brandy, Julie Braun-Martin, Dan Sandry, and Linda Kwong. And also from State Parks, we have Clint Elschultz and Ryan Goring. I believe both Stephen and Clint will like to say a few words.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for taking the time to review the proposal. I know we're getting hungry and make it brief. Just want to say that it was a couple years ago that MDIA came to us with the concept and the idea. And as staff, we were blown away by the idea. And we did think that it would take a little bit of time being in the state for a while. But they have put a lot of energy behind this project. They've been a great partner for the last 50 years and made a tremendous progress. And we're really excited about this facility. I'm the district superintendent for the district, which is about 130,000 acres, about 22 parks, and we do not have a facility like this in the entire district. So this is a really exciting opportunity for us. It will also complement really well with the department initiatives for access to all and bringing these Title I schools to the park. We currently have about 10 school groups visiting per year, and largely based on the limited facilities, this would give us year-round opportunities. And then we're also looking at adding some additional staffing internally along with MDIA's volunteers to develop those programs. And along with that, they're re-examining our past initiatives with the tribes. We've done some outreach to tribes. We're very excited. There's some letters of support in the packet. And so we're going to work hand in hand with them to develop the curriculum and get their story out there, educate the public and the school groups, and really give them that place to similar to like what we saw today with Big Rock, just give them that space to tell their story. So it's really exciting. So thank you again, and look forward to working with you further.
Hello, Steve Smith, president of MDIA. Thank you for your work. We're a small group, a nonprofit, all volunteer nonprofit and a cooperative association for Mount Diablo State Park. I would like to acknowledge that Mount Diablo is the ancestral home since time immemorial of Wilton Rancheria, Bay Miwok, Confederate villages of Lisjan, Northern Valley Yokuts, Muwekma, and Ohlone peoples. We are a group of passionate nature nerds. We love to educate people. In fact, our mission is preservation through education. And we all recognize the importance of education, educating our youth. As Clint mentioned, we have many schools around the area that are underserved. And Mount Diablo is an island in suburbia. We have 9 million residents around. But once you get on the mountain, you feel like you're in your own world. And wildlife is so important. We have 10 endemic or near endemic species on Mount Diablo. They occur nowhere else in the world. And so if we want to continue advocating for the preservation of wildlife, for the preservation of our climate, and for the preservation of our ecology, we need to involve school students. During the week when visitorship is lower, we have the perfect opportunity to bring school kids in. Currently, we meet in the parking lot in our cramped trailer. It's just not enough space. So our new space would really guarantee that we're able to reach those communities, not only the children and school groups, but on the weekends, the adults and families. But in addition to that, with the school busing, we were really able to bring more students in and help them learn. The situation of the inside of our displays, you saw briefly, but we'd really like to show each habitat and interweaving the tribal story into each habitat. We'd like to commission a basket from our local tribes members and then interweave how that basket results in harvesting nature, using the environment, using cultural, and so we can tell the cultural natural history, not only of our wildlife, but of our first peoples. So a very important project to us, and thank you very much.
Any questions from board members?
Just one quick question. Sounds like an amazing project. Thank you for bringing it to us. Just a question about the school buses. It's wonderful that MDIA is sponsoring school buses for the first year. What happens after that? Is there a commitment from the district or others to keep that going, or where does that funding
Commitment
come
on,
from?
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
There is a commitment on our part. Like I said, we're nature nerds. We want to see the school groups come in. It enriches our hearts to see students come and be amazed. Some of these students have never been to a park like this. And to ask those questions, to see the light in their eyes. So I think easily we can raise $10,000 every year to continue the school busing project.
That's what I figured. I think once something is there and people see the value of it, and sort of just builds on itself. So best of luck. Sounds amazing. Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Public comment by anyone in the room?
No.
Seeing none. Do we have any public commenters having raised their hands online?
There are no raised hands.
Great. So back to the board. Anyone like to make a motion?
No one else does as a former teacher, because I know there's retired teachers were invited there. I'd like to move approval of this item. I'll come visit.
Second.
Oh, please.
Chair Boukday absent, Vice Chair Bonham,
Yes.
Member Nagami,
Yes.
Member Pavle,
Yes.
Member Peralt. Yeah. Member Phillips,
Yes.
Member Murray absent, motion passes.
So I think we can get,
Good job.
I think we can get to agenda item 26
Yep.
before 1 o'clock.
We've got Kara to present on the American River Ranch Animal Barn construction. Kara Allen, come on down.
What's not to like? Animal barn.
How can you not love an animal barn? Come on down.
All right, good afternoon. So agenda item 26 is the American River Ranch Animal Barn Construction Proposal. This is a cooperative project with Sacramento County Regional Parks and the City of Rancho Cordova that will construct the first interpretive center on the south side of the American River Parkway on county land. The project is located within the City of Rancho Cordova. That's about 20 miles east of downtown Sacramento. And this project site is entirely within the parkway on 55 acres of land known as the Historic American River Ranch, which is part of the River Bend area of the parkway. So the inset map on this slide shows the outline of the ranch and that it is right next door to Cordova High School, which is a Title I school. So we did receive this proposal under our Lower American River Conservancy program, and I want to remind the board that the program's enabling legislation says that we can provide grants for the enhancement and of interpretive and educational facilities that are related to the Parkway's natural, cultural, and historic resources, which means our funds are not limited to just wildlife-oriented recreation and education. So pivoting back to the project, it is within a severely disadvantaged community according to the DWR DAC mapping tool, and it is within 1 mile of a community that is rated in the top 25th percentile for unemployment, poverty, and traffic. And this map shows that we have made previous investments in the Riverbend area that either directly support this project, like the Animal Program Planning Project and the Parking Lot Project, or that this project will support in the near future, like the Lower American River Natural Resources Management Plan and some current and future habitat restoration projects. So the need for a new animal barn and land improvements stem from Soil-Borne Farms' mission as an urban agriculture and education project and their commitment to the county to improve and interpret the resources at the historic ranch. And there's also a need for holistic ecosystem management of Parkway lands. And there is a really neat opportunity coming to a head after years of collaboration and planning with Cordova High School and UC Davis to support Cordova High School's Agriculture Academy, which is a unique career pathway intended to inspire our next generation of land stewards. And the top picture here is one of the weedy fields that will be improved to a perennial pasture. And the bottom picture is of the existing animal pens on site that are not capable or safe to support the ranch's interpretive center or future educational partnerships. And so the project will complete the first phase of implementing the animal program, which includes completing the barn's final designs and constructing the 3,000 square foot interpretive barn. Seen here is the rendering of this barn that has been designed to shelter 60 sheep, 20 rabbits, and 200 chickens year-round. It will serve 60 people at a time for classes. It'll demonstrate a living roof with native plants and provide hands-on practice and live demonstrations for students and the visiting public, and interpret through multilingual signage what organic and regenerative farming is, the benefits of agroecology, and what you can see from the elevated viewing deck, such as the restored Cordova Creek corridor, the ranch's orchards and row crops, and the American River watershed. And as part of the project's cost share, 8 acres of weedy fields will be converted to an annual and perennial pasture to support a dedicated grazing program. And after the first phase is completed, the second and final phase of this project will be opening the barn doors to livestock, as well as the educational partnership with Cordova High School. And so this is an image that shows the Greater River Bend area of the Parkway with the historic ranch outlined in red and the project elements in blue. And down at the bottom of the screen is Cordova High School, which is within walking distance of the ranch, which is important since the animal barn will be a shared facility with Cordova High School and will welcome students year-round for hands-on learning. And the yellow pins near the ranch are the sites that the Parkway's Natural Resource Management Plan has identified for direct management actions that the animal program's livestock will be able to support, such as controlling invasive plants like yellow star thistle, reducing flashy fuels in sensitive habitat areas, and improving soil conditions in restoration sites. So this project will provide multiple benefits to the Parkway and nearby communities by providing dynamic interpretation of the Parkway's historic farming culture, which is not done anywhere else in the Parkway, providing a year-round living laboratory for over 300 urban teens per year, plus internships and paid job training for up to 15 teens per year, and expanding Soil-Borne Farms community education to bridge the gap between agriculture and ecology and demonstrate concepts around healthy soils, carbon sequestration, and nutrient cycling that play a role in building climate resilience on our natural and working landscapes. And finally, I like to think of this project as grazing the way to implementing the management actions in the Parkway's Natural Resource Management Plan, which will help us protect and steward wildlife habitat and also build meaningful partnerships for the Parkway's future. And with us in person are a few folks from Soilborne Farms and the City of Rancho Cordova that would like to address the board. And so I would like to first call up Sean Harrison, founder and co-director of Soilborne Farms.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Kara. Kara has been an indispensable partner in the Parkway as a whole and Soilborne Farms as the operator of the American River Ranch. Just a few comments. I'm between you and lunch, so I'll be brief. But the first to know contextually is that the American River Ranch has been in place since the 1840s. And when we redid, or there was a year-long public process to update the American River Parkway Plan in 2005, Parkway stakeholders, stewards, community leaders at that time came up with really the new iteration, the vision for the American River Ranch, which was really to bring it back to life as a facility dedicated to interpreting and demonstrating regenerative land practices for the larger American River ecosystem. So the core of the remaining American River Ranch, which is 55 acres, but contiguous to thousands of other acres along the American River, really has this important mandate to create a place that demonstrates really proper regenerative land management and organic practices. We are 19 years into that work now. And I would proudly say, and I think there's others in the room, there's folks on the phone, if you have questions more technically about the design features of this program or our purpose as an organization, but that we have turned 180 degrees in terms of what was there when we first walked on the site in 2005 to where we are today. Ecologically, the system that we inherited was broken. As far as the icacetus was fields of star thistle in particular. And as soon as we applied water, other invasive species like Johnson grass, Bermuda grass, and nutsedge all began to emerge. And we have significantly turned that corner, as well as really brought back the ecology that we would like to see along the Parkway and certainly on the American River Ranch proper. So over this course of the 19 years, we were basically setting in motion a series of restoration activities, including infrastructure, land management, to get us to the point where we actually could build our first new interpretive center building. And that's where we are today with WCB, is bringing the first interpretive center, new interpretive center building to the property. And more fully, we are now, it brings us into chapter 2 of this next phase of the American River Ranch, where we are really adding the critical element around grazing animals in particular into our regenerative land management system, and then activating the natural resource management plan within the Parkway so that we can really steward this resource in a really necessary way, as well as bring in high-level public education, particularly for young kids in our community. We serve all the districts in Sacramento County and in some of the bordering counties. So thousands of kids come to this place, and they're not just getting, a little snapshot. They're getting their hands in that ecosystem and building real tangible skills. In particular, as they age into the high school years, they're even doing much more dynamic work, as exemplified by the Cordova High Ag Academy program partnership. With that, I was going to have Maria just come up here real quick and talk about the partnership with the City of Rancho Cordova. They are bringing quite a bit of resources to the table to match WCB's investment, and then I can answer other questions if you have them.
Good afternoon. I'm Maria Chacon-Neistat. I'm the Director of Communications and Public Affairs for the City of Rancho Cordova. Very, very happy to be here today to represent the city and support this project. The city sees soil-borne farms as a real gem in the region, and we share the goal of developing it as a regional educational hub for food, health, and environmental stewardship. In fact, the city believes so strongly in the mission of soil-borne farms that we've approved grants totaling $1.1 million, including $600,000 between 2018 and 2023 that have supported the infrastructure that Sean mentioned to get us to this point. And this year, the City Council approved a grant of $513,000 specifically to support the Animal Barn project. Soilborn has been an excellent partner to the city, delivering on all of its past projects and showing their commitment to land stewardship and community education. The Animal Barn project supports the return of animals to the American River Ranch, which will help Soilborn deliver on its role of helping restore, steward, and interpret over 60 acres of parkway ecology. The barn project also supports a critical food, health, and environmental career pathway, as you've heard, for area youth that the city has been working with Soilborn Farms and with the school districts to create. It might interest you that over 3,000 students in Rancho Cordova alone interact with the farm each year. And in addition, the addition of animals to the farm into Soilborn Farms regenerative land management program will help shape and enhance the classroom learning related to environmental stewardship and health. While I am here representing the city, I'm also a resident of Rancho Cordova, and I have been a student myself of many courses at Soilborn Farms. Not only have I seen the dedication myself and the transformative nature and the magical place that is Soilborn Farms, I've really been the very lucky recipient of the education that it offers to gardeners, aspiring farmers, and also to conservationists. So on behalf of the city, I do ask for your consideration and approval of the funding to build the animal farm and to bring animals back to the farm. The Animal Barn project is shovel ready, and so is the Greater Sacramento community. Thank you.
Questions from board members?
Yeah, Sean, I love Soilborn and I've been out there a number of times. But I'm wondering why rabbits? Because don't they have the potential to become feral and invasive?
The rabbits will be contained to the barn. And the reason why rabbits are in the mix is Cordova High School in particular being an urban school, it's the one animal that they have the current experience working with. So those animals will actually live in the barn. The larger land impact is going to be done by grazing animals,
Sheep.
starting with sheep. Yeah.
Okay.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I just
other
wonder
aspect-
how you make sure they don't escape the barn, the rabbits, but
Yeah, they probably wouldn't make it very long because we have a lot of coyote activity now.
oh, okay.
But no, they will be limited to pens. As an aside though, rabbits in the garden setting, ecological garden setting, are one of the best critters for
Digging.
fertility and management of organic systems.
So you have enough room for 20 rabbits, but you'll have 2,000 rabbits by the end of the
Yeah,
second
exactly.
week.
We don't want
Yeah.
any more rabbits. Yes, you're exactly right.
Okay, Damon?
Thank you. It sounds like a terrific project. Just a quick comment. I'm really love seeing the information about the solar panels, wildlife friendly, mobile electric fencing, mobile watering system. And I think, as a board, we're often, the Wildlife Conservation Board, we're seeing projects that are acquisitions or they're restoration, like restoring habitat. When there are structures involved, it's just reminding me like I should have asked at the interpretive center, like what kind of green buildings, features, what kinds of, obviously California and many cities have very advanced progressive codes and things, but probably, it's just a reminder to be asking about those things. And to the extent we can, be on the lookout for that and pushing that at staff level. And then emphasizing and summarizing those features before us would be super helpful. Go for LEED Platinum if you can, stuff like that, thanks.
See if we have, it doesn't look like it, but is anyone here in the room wanting to make public comment? Prompting over those online, any hand raises online?
There are no raised hands.
Great. So we'll come back up to the board. Maybe Catherine, you've been there. I don't know if you want to make the motion. Any other?
I'll
board
make a
members?
motion.
Okay.
I'll move the item.
A second.
Roll call, please.
Chair Boukday absent. Vice Chair Bonham,
Yes.
Member Nagami,
Yes.
Member Pavle,
Yes.
Member Peralt,
Yes.
Member Phillips,
Yes.
Member Murray is absent. Motion passes.
So we'll take a 30-minute break. Where are board members headed? Here?
We're staying here.
We're staying here.
We're
Okay,
bringing
so
one
we'll
back.
ask, we'll ask everyone to step out for the board's
And do
closed
roll
session. Yes. And yes, personal convenience break for board members. If the board's general counsel could stay,
They're gonna stay and Mary's gonna stay.
and then board members only.
I gave you.
For meeting started, and we'll turn to our general counsel for a summary of closed session.
Yes, the board met in closed session to discuss the executive director performance review process and the evaluation criteria for that review.
Thank you. And now we're on to agenda item 27. Over to staff.
And I'm happy to bring up Brian Gibson for a presentation.
Thank you very much. So Upper Carpenter Valley is a pristine 691 acre property located approximately 3 miles northwest of the town of Truckee and northeast of Donner Summit. The property is located near previous acquisitions protected by Truckee Donner Land Trust with WCB support, including Independence Lake, Lower Carpenter Valley, Red Mountain, and Frog Lake, adding up to thousands of acres of conservation in the immediate area. No, it's not moving here. There we go. Okay, you don't want to go forward. The property is situated at the west end of Carpenter Valley and below the Sierra Crest running between Castle and Basin Peaks. There are approximately 600 acres of privately owned land immediately east of the property. Lower Carpenter Valley, which Truckee Donner Land Trust purchased in 2017, is located at the opposite end of the valley floor and is open to the public year-round for fishing, hiking, biking, cross-country skiing, and snowshoeing. So from the photo here, below the peak is the 691 acres. On the far end is the larger meadow area, is the property that Truckee Donner Land Trust currently owns, and in the middle is private property that hopefully someday Truckee Donner Land Trust might be able to pick up. The project preserves mixed conifer forests, montane meadows, wildlife corridors, and habitat linkages. Of special note is the lack of disturbance or excessive grazing at the meadow, as the property has not been grazed in over 40 years. Upper Carpenter Valley remains largely untouched and unspoiled due to the stewardship of the previous owners. Property contains the headwaters of a major tributary of the Truckee River watershed and links together other major open space acquisitions, creating a multiplying effect in its conservation values. The property ties the Sierra Crest to montane meadows along the North Fork of Prosser Creek. Both the property itself and the larger conservation effort running along both sides of the Sierra Crest preserve vertical migration corridors for climate adaptation and allow for more landscape scale forest health work to better address catastrophic wildfires. The California Natural Diversity Database lists the property as prime habitat for the recovery of species including wolverine, Lahontan cutthroat trout, Sierra Nevada red fox, Sierra Nevada yellow-legged frog, bald eagle, fisher, and willow flycatcher. By acquiring this property for conservation, Truckee Darner Land Trust is protecting the natural resources of the property, enhancing connectivity to neighboring protected properties, and creating opportunities for future restoration and stewardship to maintain and improve natural resources and function. So in conclusion, this project protects an important Sierra headwater, an intact meadow system, wildlife habitat, and opens future sustainable recreation opportunities for a region seeing growing recreational pressures. Truckee Darner Land Trust has an over 30-year track record of successful land conservation and stewardship, totaling more than 40,000 acres of protected lands to date, many of which were preserved in partnership with the Wildlife Conservation Board. Staff recommends the board approve this project as proposed. In the audience is John Savon. He's the Executive Director of Truckee Darner Land Trust, and Sydney Scott, Truckee Darner Land Trust Board President.
Do either of you guys want to make any comments or?
Sydney, you want to make a comment?
Okay.
Hi, I'm Sydney Scott. I'm the president of the board of the Truckee Darner Land Trust. And we would just like to express our thanks for our longstanding partnership. WCB's partnership with Truckee Darner Land Trust has made it possible to conserve at the landscape scale in the Truckee area. And this project really demonstrates that. As you can see on the map, it's like in the hole between many of our other conserved properties. And if you are able to just stand there and look around, the majesty of that property is incredible. It has the watershed, it has the animals, and it's just a fabulous piece of property. So we thank you for all of your support for the surrounding properties and for helping us conserve these keystone properties in the Truckee area and continue to allow recreational access as well. And I won't keep you too long, but John or I can answer any other questions you might have.
Thanks, Cindy. Any board questions? Okay.
691 acres, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, it's an amazing area.
Beautiful.
Heading to public comments. So those online, go ahead and get in the queue. Anyone in the room want to offer public comment? Come on down.
I'm not the public, but I want to say Brian wins for the most beautiful photographs. And I got to see this property on snowshoes and it was kind of a great work day. Just going to tell you that.
Okay, do we have any speaker, public commenters in queue online?
There are no raised hands.
Great. Going back up to the board. Any other questions or comments? Discussion? I'll make a motion. We approve the agenda item as proposed.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Chair Buckday absent, Vice Chair Bonham,
Yes.
Member Nagami,
Yes.
Member Pavle,
Yes.
Member Perot,
Yes.
Member Phillips.
Yes.
Member Murray absent. Motion passes.
I think we needed to.
Yes.
Did you hear that? They want a tour.
It's beautiful.
I could have said it
Definitely.
before the vote. Yeah, yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you for reading.
Okay, on to agenda item 28 and our tour around the state down to the Feather River.
Aaron Heyman, presenting for WCB.
Good afternoon, board members. This proposal is to consider a project on the Feather River on property owned by Sutter County and located in Sutter County. See if this works. The Feather River Side Channel Restoration Plan is a planning project to be located on the east bank of the Feather River, just at and downstream of its confluence with the Yuba River. The proposal would allocate $2,199,000 in funds for this planning grant to the Sutter County Resource Conservation District to create plans for a habitat restoration project that would occur on the property in the future. The project would create plans for side channel and floodplain habitat, and specifically would create engineering and design plans for side channels that will help to reconnect the floodplain of the Feather River the river to its historic floodplain. It will also develop environmental applications and CEQA documents, conduct biological and cultural surveys, and conduct outreach to the local community. Side channel and floodplain habitats have been shown to greatly increase survival of juvenile salmonids. However, this habitat type has been severely reduced in the lower reaches of the Feather and Yuba rivers, which is where this project is located. The plans developed under this grant would prepare for the implementation and creation of 1.5 miles of side channel habitat that would then reconnect and enhance an area of approximately 231 acres of surrounding floodplain habitat and some uplands as well. One slight point of confusion that may have come up in some of the documents posted about this item is that in some of the board documents, a cost share partner was listed as the Bureau of Land Management, and that is an error. Some of them say Bureau of Reclamation, that is accurate. So they should all just say BOR. But with that, staff recommends that board approve the project as proposed. In the audience are Mike Johnston and Donna Johnston from the Sutter County Resource Conservation District to make a few comments and answer questions.
Please.
Good afternoon to the board. See, you guys are having a pretty long day. My name is Mike Johnston. I'm the president of the Sutter County Resource Conservation District. Project's been a vision of mine for approximately 5 years. These things do not happen overnight. As I was advised in the beginning, this is a marathon, not a sprint. I'd like to thank the board for their consideration of the funding for this project. Securing funding for this project will allow the Sutter County portion of the Feather River to be another link in the chain in the ongoing efforts to restore the natural salmon habitat desperately needed for this endangered species. The Feather River side channel to restore existing side channels that were closed over time due to natural events, thereby creating a refuge for juvenile salmonoids before they migrate out to the sea by providing slower flows, sources of food, and protective cover. We will actually become a member of the growing chain of side channels and salmon habitat that are coming down both the Yuba River and the Feather River. And we have a unique site in that we are right below the confluence of the two rivers. So we will be providing habitat for two rivers instead of one. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Any board questions or comments?
Yeah, I'm just curious how this area became degraded in the first place. Was it?
This has been a high flood area for years. We had a flood in 1955, 1980, 1984. And what's happened during that time is the county decided it was going to revamp the levee system. We had an old levee system that ran out into the river and pretty much diverted it around what we now call Shanghai Bend. We put in, the Sutter County put in a new levee inside the old levee. And as a result, it kind of changed the flows of the river. And the picture that you saw of Halpern Lagoon is at the southern end of the Feather River as it meets the Yuba River coming down. And that filled. And with debris from the years of the floods and when we changed the levee direction. And as a result, it's pretty much made a holding pond. When it's full, the fish come in, but they can't get out. Consequently, it's pretty much a fishing pond, for the habitat. But what we want to do is open up the southern end and the northern end and make that not only a side channel, but also a holding pond for them too. And then add a second side channel a little further down the river.
Will that be more closely mimicking what it would naturally do, or?
These are actually natural side channels that we're simply going to reopen is what it amounts to. Rather than the construction and disturbance of the river itself is going to be actually minimal, I think, once we get it designed and done, since we're really just opening up channels that already exist.
Will the RCD be operating and managing it, or will it be the county, Sutter County?
The Resource Conservation District will manage it.
Okay.
Sutter County is our partner with it, and they will provide any additional help we want. And then additionally, we have some volunteer groups that have volunteered to help with the maintenance that as the years go on, so that we can make sure that this is a permanent change and not temporary.
Thank you.
Well, I know we have to take public comment, but as somebody who lives less than 10 miles from this, I fully support we do some restoration.
I live on the river. Yes.
Any public comment in the room? And queuing those online that may wish to join, please raise your hand. Checking to see if we have any online public commenters.
There are no raised hands.
Great. Coming back up to the board, any board member like to make a motion?
I'll move the item.
Second.
Chair Bugday absent. Vice Chair Bonham.
Yes.
Member Nagami.
Yes.
Member Pavle.
Yes.
Member Peralt.
Yes.
Member Phillips.
Yes.
Member Murray absent. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Well done, guys. Thank you. All right, David Dodds, Lost Coast Redwoods. I also had to go look at this property. It was tough. It was a tough day.
It's a huge acquisition.
Yeah.
The proposal is for a allocation of a cooperative grant to Save the Redwoods League and the Bureau of Land Management to transfer 4,566 acres known as the Lost Coast for the purposes of natural resource and water quality protection, open space preservation, cultural resource protection, wildfire resilience and restoration forestry, and public access to an 8-mile stretch of California's Lost Coast. The 4,566 acre property is located west of Highway 1, approximately 25 miles north of Fort Bragg in northern Mendocino County. This is the southern end of the fabled Lost Coast and is located within a severely disadvantaged community according to the DWR mapping tool. The Lost Coast Redwoods is adjacent to the 7,800 acre Sinkyone Wilderness State Park to the north, the 49,000 acre Redwood Forest Foundation property protected by a working forest easement funded by the WCB in 2011. It's north of the 4,500 acre Sinkyone Wilderness Intertribal Wilderness Council land, which connects to the 60,000 acre King Range National Conservation Area managed by the BLM. The property contains an 8-mile stretch of coastline adjacent to the offshore Double Cone Rock State Marine Conservation Area and the California Coastal Monument managed by BLM. The Lost Coast Redwoods are comprised of 3 separate tracts that the land acquired over the last 16 years. Shady Dell is a 978 acre property located furthest north and borders Usal Beach. DeVilbiss is located at the center of the property and is 3,000 acres. And Cape Vizcaino is a 1/4 mile south and is 400 acres. The elevation ranges from sea level to approximately 1,700 feet. The topography varies throughout the property from flat ridge tops to steep canyons with amazing coastal bluffs. Aboriginal occupation of the North Coast region dates back at least 4,000 years. Situated at the convergence of the traditional tribal territories of the Sinkyone, Kato, and Coast Yoki peoples, the Lost Coast Redwoods is a cultural landscape of great significance to the member tribes of the Intertribal Sinkyone Wilderness Council. There are numerous potential archaeological sites located throughout the property. Since the late 1800s, the property has been used for timber production and homesteading. The project contains a diversity of habitats. Coast redwood forests, both mature second growth and scattered old growth trees, Douglas fir and grand fir forest, grasslands, open meadow, coast prairie, coastal bluffs, extensive beaches, freshwater springs, riparian areas, 30 miles of streams, including 5 miles of Class 1 fish-bearing streams. Cotoneva and Dunn Creeks have been identified by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife as containing critical habitat for spawning and rearing juvenile fish. Most of the property is dominated by conifer and mixed hardwood forest. Unique habitat features on the property include old growth redwoods, of which only 5% of pre-colonization stands exist. Mature second growth trees, old candelabra trees like those pictured here, 21 basal hollows, coastal bluffs, and shaded fuel breaks. The Lost Coast Redwoods include critical habitat for 8 federally and state listed threatened and endangered species, 7 CDFW species of special concern, 4 BLM sensitive species. These include the northern spotted owl, marbled murrelet, Pacific fisher, coho salmon, and steelhead trout. Common species such as Roosevelt elk, black-tailed deer, mountain lion, osprey, stellar sea lion, coastal tailed frog, and obscure bumblebee have been observed. Conservation of the Lost Coast Redwoods supports habitat connectivity to surrounded protected areas and supports a natural landscape block supporting native biodiversity all the way north to the state and national state park system in Humboldt County. Habitats between the parcels in the North Coast region will support wildlife as the climate changes. It also supports movement from marine mammals and birds from offshore protected areas to onshore protected areas. The project's mature second growth redwood forest provides significant carbon storage and is on the way to becoming old growth redwood forest that once dominated the North Coast. Research demonstrates that old growth coast redwood forests store more carbon per acre than any other land type. This research also reveals that younger second growth redwood forests grow quickly enough to result in substantial carbon storage. The Lost Coast Redwoods mature second growth is estimated to sequester approximately 235 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalents over the next decade. Existing trails on the project include a 2.3 mile Peter Douglas Trail that includes a 4.5 mile extension currently under construction. Future trail possibilities include extending existing trails through the DeVilbiss Track and to provide the public unique access to coastal experiences along the North Coast. Additionally, the Lost Coast Trail currently ends in the neighboring Sinkyone Wilderness State Park. Under BLM's management, they will investigate the possibility of extending that trail system through the property. Upon acquisition by BLM, the BLM will be responsible for management of the property. BLM will incorporate the Lost Coast Redwoods into its Northwest California Integrated Resource Management Plan and will manage the property for natural resource protection, open space preservation, cultural resource protection, wildfire resilience and restoration, forestry, and public access compatible with cultural and natural resource protection. Once transferred to BLM, Save the Redwoods League will continue to advise and provide expertise it has gained from management of the property and restoration forestry techniques successfully practiced through the Redwoods Rising Initiative. The League and the Intertribal Sinkyone Wilderness Council entered into a statement of shared understanding and goals for the Lost Coast Redwoods, which articulates key goals and priorities. A cooperative management relationship is expected to continue upon transferring the property to BLM In 2022, the National Office of BLM issued an instruction memorandum mandating and directing the Bureau to identify opportunities for co-stewardship as part of its tribal consultation and engagement during land use planning and implementation decisions. A critical part of this effort is the multi-tribe government-to-government consultation process hosted and facilitated by the Sinkyone Intertribal Wilderness Council. The consultation process is intended to help ensure goals for protection of nature and cultural values and carefully plan and implemented public access. The Department of General Services approved a fair market value of $53.9 million. The league has agreed to a bargain sale of the property for $44.1 million, an approximately $9.5 million land donation. Additionally, the State Coastal Conservancy and the BLM are contributing significant amount of money to this acquisition. The state funding proposed meets the requirements of a major acquisition requiring independent appraisal view, which was completed by an independent appraiser. With us today are Sam Holder of the Save the Redwoods League and Dan Ryan of the BLM online, and in person is Catherine Elliott. I believe Sam would like to say a few words.
Please. Could you
We
bring
unmute Sam,
Sam
please.
and Sam Hutter into it?
There are no raised hands.
There's no raised.
Can you unmute Sam Hodder? Is he online?
There we go. Hold on one. Oh, there he is. All right, Sam, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Calling Sam.
Sam, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, success. Thank you for your patience. My name's Sam Hodder. I'm president and CEO of Save the Redwoods League. And I just want to say how great.
Oh, he is.
All right, looks like we lost him, but Sam, you're
Oh,
back
I'm-
on.
Now am I here? Do you have me?
Yes.
Okay, let's hold our breath while I speak as concisely as I can. Save the Redwoods League is grateful to the Wildlife Conservation Board for your consideration of this grant request for the league's transfer of the Lost Coast Redwoods property to the Bureau of Land Management. The Lost Coast Redwoods is a remarkable property. It spans 8 miles of rugged, undeveloped Mendocino County coastline and includes redwood forests, coastal bluffs, beaches, trails, and open space and streams. The league stepped in to make sure these forests could be protected for future public ownership, and that's why we are transferring the property to the BLM, which manages the nearby Kings Range National Conservation Area. The league is proud to work with your staff, with the Intertribal Wilderness Sinkyone Council, with the Intertribal Sinkyone Wilderness Council, the Coastal Conservancy, the BLM, and other partners to protect this special forest and coastline. And with that, I thank you all.
Thank you, Sam. Okay. Any board questions?
Oh, sorry.
Is Dan Ryan online?
Yes, Dan Ryan does have his hand raised. Dan, I just unmuted you. You can go ahead and speak.
Awesome. Can you all hear me?
We can.
Perfect. Yeah, Dan Ryan with the Bureau of Land Management. I handle all the land acquisitions in Northern California. Yeah, just wanted to express the gratitude for this potential partnership, not only with Save the Redwoods League and Coastal Conservancy, but also with WCB. I think not only will it be great for this acquisition, but it'll hopefully help set some precedents for the future for our collaborative effort to work on future land acquisitions. Definitely when Lost Coast Redwoods came across my desk a few years ago, I'll be honest with you, it was really a tough sell initially until we, saw the property like Jennifer mentioned earlier. But it was a tough sell because, we don't have a lot of public land ownership right there that BLM manages. But what we do have is a tremendous track record in Northwest California in the Arcata field office, as well as in a couple of our other coastal offices. with managing these special places and special properties. And so, some of those properties are managed under our California Coastal National Monument as far as some of our, we have 6 onshore units as well as all the rocks and islands off the shore of California. Obviously this isn't a part of that, but it just shows how we can manage some of those properties that are kind of obscure, not touching other public lands, but manage them really well for the public as well as the resources that are there. And then obviously it's a big testament for our King Range National Conservation Area to the north of this. And so, yeah, I will just express that BLM's really excited about this. It was a long time coming. We spent a tremendous amount of work to secure at least the BLM contribution of a little over 27 million. And it's one of those things that'll definitely be celebrated, hopefully when we close. But yeah, appreciate your time and thanks for all the work you guys are doing.
Thank you, Dan. Board questions for staff? Anyone in the audience want to make a public comment? Okay. Anyone else that's online wish to make a public comment?
There are no raised hands.
Okay, back up to the board for discussion or motion.
This seems like a big deal. Maybe you should say something, Chuck. This looks amazing. And thank you, staff, again, for your hard work. And thank you to the Save the Redwoods for bringing this to us and allowing us to be a part of it.
I think both size and dollar, this is the largest agenda item today. It is a part of California that not all Californians get a chance to visit, but if there is a way to visit, strongly encouraged. It's just, yes, put it on the list, phenomenal. And those that backpack and have been on the trail, fingers crossed, this could be an additional southern extension for one of the most majestic trails in the world. So with that, you made a motion. No, I'll make a motion. I move we approve the project as proposed.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Second.
Chair Boakday absent, Vice Chair Bonham,
Yes.
Member Nagami,
Yes.
Member Pavley,
Yes.
Member Peralt,
Yes.
Member Phillips,
Yes.
Member Murray is absent. The motion passes.
All right, Aaron's back up to talk about Black Oak Ranch.
Thank you, Jen. Hello again, board members. This proposal is to consider a project at Black Oak Ranch in Mendocino County. The Black Oak Ranch Water Conservation and Flow Enhancement Project will be located in the 10-Mile Creek watershed, which flows into the South Fork Eel River, just a bit north of the town of Laytonville, California. The proposal would allocate $3,564,000 in funds for an implementation project to the Salmonid Restoration Federation to build 9 90-gallon water storage tanks, create a 4 million gallon water holding pond, build or replace 2 water diversion structures on the various creeks, and also complete a forbearance agreement to protect in-stream flow. 2 of the large water diverters in the area are on Black Oak Ranch. These are Camp Winter Rainbow and Irene's Garden Produce. Camp Winter Rainbow was funded by Wavy Gravy and operates as a camp for kids to learn about performance arts and nature. Irene's Garden Produce is an organic farm, an important source of food for the local community and surrounding
Only a
region.
WCB board meeting.
Only.
I said, make sure you tell them it's Wavy Gravy, and now you know which generation you're all part of, right? Sorry.
The proposed tanks will collect water during the wet season and store it for later use by that camp. The proposed pond will similarly collect water during the wet season and store it for later use by the farm. Water stored in these tanks and pond will allow the applicant and landowner to develop a forbearance agreement whereby the landowner will agree to forbear diverting water out of the creeks during the hot, dry summers.
And what did you get?
What do they get? The tanks.
Let 'em finish. Did you say the tax?
No, sorry, they are going to construct 9 90,000 gallon tanks on the property.
Yes,
That's what they
that
get.
they can use in the others. Got it. Okay.
The water that is therefore left in stream will benefit and protect coho salmon, Chinook salmon, and steelhead, all of which are found in these waterways. Staff recommends that the board approve the project as proposed. And in the audience are Dana Stolzman of the Salmon Restoration Federation and landowners Bob Barsadi and Irene Engberg to make comments and answer questions.
What up, Dana? And then while Dana's coming up, my own experience. This is a unique part of the state where the hydrology still can facilitate these creative solutions. And it's a positive exchange. The rights aren't increasing, the volumes used aren't increasing. It's a shift in season of use. So you help folks have infrastructure ability in the wet winter in exchange for getting off their summer diversion when it's drier. It is one of the most notable, positive outcomes for in-stream benefit in the summer. And it's a key component of something else that's underway. A collection of state agencies, the Department Resources Agency, Trout Unlimited, California Trout Nature Conservancy, just got kind of acknowledged by a federal fish passage consortium as one of 10 transformational projects in the nation. And this is the kind of work that effort is pursuing up and down the coast. Dana, over to you.
Thank you so much, Director Bonham. First, I want to thank WCB so much for your support of this significant project and your consideration of this project that will enhance in-stream flows for salmonids in Streeter and 10 Mile Creek, which are two critical tributaries to the South Fork Eel River. During the extended drought years, the California Water Action Plan recognized the South Fork eel as one of 5 priority watersheds in California for flow enhancement. Part of the reason that the South Fork eel is so important for flow enhancement is there's really a lack of municipal water infrastructure. So it's a bit like the Wild West, and it also retains some of the best habitat value, particularly for juvenile coho salmonids. The South Fork still provides this refugia for coho because of its forested tributaries, riparian habitat, and the many creeks that flow into the eel. The South Fork is also unique in that many of the greatest opportunities for conservation exist on private lands, so restoration partnerships like this are essential to protect in-stream flows. This project could not happen without the vision and stewardship of Black Oak Ranch's devoted landowners. I want to acknowledge the late and great Evan Engberg, who was the pioneer of bioengineering restoration techniques in the US. He wrote the chapter for stream habitat for the CDFW's Habitat Manual. His wife, Irene, is here, who started Irene's Garden, a beautiful organic farm at Black Oak Ranch, as well as Bob Barsodi, who is the landowner liaison and navigates the ranch's many offerings. Black Oak Ranch is a magical gathering place for Camp Winter Rainbow, the Women's Herbal Symposium, and truly epic music festivals. For hundreds of inner city kids each year, this land provides their first exposure to nature. Nestled under majestic oaks, surrounded by creeks, and under a canopy of stars, Black Oak Ranch instills a sense of deep peace and possibility. SRF is deeply honored to carry this project forward, to be part of the mosaic of what preserves and conserves the South Fork eel, and to hopefully enter into this partnership with WCB and Black Oak Ranch. Thank you. Wasn't sure if there are any questions.
Oh, yes, thank you. I didn't know who you wanted me to ask it to. So I just had a question. I see the wonderful potential in the private-public partnership I haven't known, is this our first in the state or has been other ones?
Like of this.
Forbearance agreement.
I can actually answer that.
And as
because-
part of that question, you could answer it all at once, is I noticed there was a $4 million holding bond and how does that work? Is that part of the agreement? Am I reading that correctly? I took a lot of notes.
There is a 4 million gallon holding pond.
That might be it. And I just wrote bond instead of bond. Okay, so let's go back to the forbearance agreement.
Actually, SRF, with support from WCB and Dr. Bonham, Director Bonham, you might know if there are other ones. We've completed a 15 million gallon storage project also that benefits the South Fork Eel in southern Humboldt. And so there is a long-term operations and management and forbearance agreement in association with that project, which is also just wintertime diversion. As far as I know, that particular project is the only project in California that is completely dedicated to flow augmentation. I can't speak to if WCB has other forbearance, storage and forbearance.
What happens if the property owner sells their project?
So the forbearance
Property.
agreement goes on the title of the property. So if Black Oak Ranch were to ever sell.
So it's recorded in the.
Absolutely, yes, will be recorded in the title.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Very exciting.
And Senator, you and I may be, probably Catherine. This is the Wildlife Conservation Board's Prop 1 Stream Flow Enhancement Program, which you, when you were in the Senate, and others helped give birth to in the 2014 water bond.
Circle. And Baby Gravy is still alive.
I don't know if
88.
he's here for public comment,
That's unfortunate.
but that'd be priceless if he were. So anyone in the audience also like to make public comment? Please come on down and remember, just your name, and if you have an affiliation you want to share, please do, and 2 minutes or less.
Hi, my name is Bob Barsotti. I'm one of the owners of Black Oak Ranch. I've lived there since 2000. We've owned it since 1982. Black Oak Ranch was first homesteaded in the mid 1860s, right after the Civil War. President Andrew Johnson signed the original deed to the Wilsons, who were the first European-based owners of the property. The Wilsons owned it till the 1890s, and then since then it's been owned by a variety of different people, no more than 10 years at a time. Our partnership bought the land in 1982, and it's been over 40 years we've been operating it. My partner Evan Ingber, when we first got there, was horrified by the gravel fields and the cliffs with roots sticking out of them that lined our creeks. So he went to work figuring out a way of restoring the creeks using willows and rocks instead of concrete and steel. And the result was he ended up writing the book for the CDF restoration plan. So over the years, we've got these incredible amount of fish and habitat who's come back because it's now a shaded stream with cool water and so on. We actually had juvenile cohos in there this summer. And but you know, during the pandemic, we were told that since there's so many fish in the creek, we have to we couldn't put a culvert in to cross it anymore. So we put in a bridge. We've gone into great debt and we're really trying to make it all work. And our summer camp and our garden are our two main businesses on the property. And with the climate change, water's getting hard. So the fact that you guys are open to allowing us to do this and give us an alternative source of water where we have water, our summer camp has water, the garden has water, and the fish have water is a win-win-win-win situation. And we really appreciate your helping us getting there. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Hi, I'm Sue Corpley with the State Coastal Conservancy, and I just wanted to step forward and say I'm so thrilled this project is coming before you for implementation. We paid for funding for the planning, for 4 years of planning undertaken by the Eel River Recovery Project. And it was a pilot project to go and reach out to private landowners to find landowners who are willing to work to restore water and habitat on 10 Mile Creek and Streeter Creek. And this is an amazing outcome from that planning project. And in fact, the planning overall just finished about 2 to 3 months ago. We just closed that contract with Eel River Recovery Project. So the fact that something is coming into implementation so soon after planning is completed is just remarkable. Thank you very much for your consideration.
You bet. I think Dana should let y'all be a case study at her next Salmon Restoration Federation conference.
It would be great. I think that would be a wonderful topic.
Great.
Thank you for your consideration.
I don't see any other public comment in the room. Can we check and see if anyone has their digital hand raised online?
There are no raised hands.
Okay, back up to the board. Any question, discussion, or anyone inclined to just go ahead and make a motion for us?
I'll move that we adopt this.
Second?
Chair Bugby absent. Vice Chair Bonham,
Yes.
Member Nagami,
Yes.
Member Pavlik,
Yes.
Member Perot,
Yes.
Member Phillips,
Yes.
Member Murray is absent. Motion passes.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Good job. Great. All right, we have Kara coming up for our last two projects.
So agenda item 31 is for the ORAU Lower Prairie Creek Floodplain Restoration Proposal. This is a cooperative project with Save the Redwoods League and NOAA and some very influential partners, including California Trout and the Yurok Tribe, that will complete the final phase of fish and wildlife habitat restoration along Prairie Creek in Humboldt County. The project is in the town of Orick, which is a severely disadvantaged community about 40 miles north of the city of Eureka. And the restoration site is sandwiched between Highway 101 on the west and the former Orick Mills site on the east that was acquired for conservation in 2013, by the League, and is also within the ancestral lands of the Yurok tribe. Now, the project site includes the most downstream mile of Prairie Creek, which provides the last opportunity for salmon rearing habitat before the creek merges with Redwood Creek and flows about 3.5 miles to the ocean along a leveed stretch of channel. So we have made some previous investments in the greater Prairie Creek watershed that support this project by reducing sediment loading in the creek, improving forest health and climate resiliency in the redwood forest surrounding the site, and funding the design and planning work for the restoration, as well as its phase 3 construction. So this restoration is needed because Prairie Creek has been a stronghold for listed salmon, yet over the decades it has become degraded and provides limited rearing habitat due to it being constrained by Highway 101 and the former mill. However, after years of collaboration across governments and planning work with highly skilled engineers, Prairie Creek has been redesigned to restore critical habitat for listed coho and Chinook salmon, while also helping these populations, as well as the watershed and the Orick community, be more resilient to climate change. The image on the bottom shows how Prairie Creek was pushed up against Highway 101. That is the red line on that bottom image. And the top left picture shows how this confinement has caused the creek to become incised and simplified, which does not provide the complex habitat that juvenile salmon need to be protected from predators and high flow events, and allowed to fatten up before heading out to the ocean. And the top right picture is of juvenile Chinook and coho that were captured in hand at the site's early implementation pond. And that was the first phase of this project and is already supporting a staggering number of juvenile coho year round. So the proposed project will take place in the phase 4 area that I've outlined in yellow on both these graphics. and will include lowering the floodplain by removing over 110,000 cubic yards of soil from the elevated pasture, creating a new split channel that will include a backwater pond feature and complex habitats such as pools, riffles, and large woody debris, filling the old channel that was severely incised, which are the red lines on the bottom image, and revegetating over 15 acres of floodplain and with wetland and riparian plants. And lastly, the Yurok tribe will be monitoring and stewarding the entire restored landscape through 2028. And what's really cool is that the tribe's youth crew will be part of this work and will be gaining hands-on experience and also traditional knowledge. So this project is the last phase of work that is needed to connect 1 mile of restored creek and 30 acres of wetland and floodplain habitat. The bottom picture shows the previous phases that have pulled the channel away from the highway and created nice meanders and off-channel habitat. And the top pictures are close-up shots of the early implementation pond on the right and the phase 3 channel on the left. And these are examples of what the phase 4 area will look like, which is currently just elevated pasture as seen here. And finally, this project will demonstrate what we can accomplish through partnerships with our Indigenous people and how working together we can get closer to righting our past wrongs and healing our land and water for fish, wildlife, and people. And with us in person and online are several folks from the project team that can help answer any questions. And we have the project lead from the Coastal Conservancy, the senior project engineer from the Yurok Tribe Fisheries Department, the CEO of the Yurok Construction Corporation, the principal engineer from Northern Hydrology and Engineering, the senior riparian ecologist from Applied River Sciences, and the regional manager from California Trout. But now I would like to invite Sue Corbally up to address the board, and she is the project lead with the Coastal Conservancy.
It's a really nice presentation. Well, thank you, Kara, and thank you, members of the Wildlife Conservation Board. I don't need to introduce myself because Kara just did. On behalf of our core project partners, including Save the Redwoods League, the Yurok Tribe, NOAA and NMFS, Redwood National and State Parks, California Trout, Northern Hydrology and Engineering, and McBain Associates, Applied River Sciences, I want to express extreme gratitude for your support for this project. 10 years ago, this core group of people, partners, began planning for what we will finally be occurring in the next 18 months, completion of the Prairie Creek Restoration Project, something we dreamed of, and it's here. Thank you. This would not be possible without WCB funding. I don't see the timer. Please let me know when I'm running out of time. This would not be possible without WCB funding. In 2022, the funds you granted allowed us to achieve the major milestones that Kara pointed out just now. This provided the momentum we needed to secure 75% of the funds needed to complete the project, and includes funding for monitoring and stewardship, also spoken of by Kara. Today, your funding will close this funding gap. Having WCB's continued partnership as we enter this home stretch to complete full restoration of this former mill site on Lower Prairie Creek into a thriving and vibrant stronghold for salmon is the fitting final chapter to this restoration success story. And I want to also let you know that in 2 weeks, our Conservancy board meeting will be in Humboldt County, and we're featuring this site on our board tour in the afternoon on the 3rd. So if you're up in the area and you want to join us for a public tour, please do. We love showing it off. Mary Burke with the Cal Trout is online, and she would also like to speak on behalf of the project.
All right, I just found Mary Burke. You're unmuted.
All right, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I am joining you from up here on the North Coast. Thank you so much for offering this Zoom option to be able to join you without all the travel. And I just want to speak a few words to the economic and ecological dynamics of this project and give you a on-the-ground perspective from being in year 4 of 5 years of construction. It is, I just want to say, it's like has been mentioned, the project's been going on for almost 10 years, and I want to speak to our team and our dedication of this team and what it means for the group of people working on this project. Just about everyone that started this project is still engaged, is still a part of the team. It's such an amazing thing to be a part of such a steady and powerful infusion of grant funds into the work that we've been doing. Through the years, you know, we spend time traveling to the site and supporting the local community, and including when we've been able to using vendors in Oric that live in Oric. And now with construction dollars coming in and working as partners with the Yurok tribe and their fisheries department and construction corporation, these living wage jobs are making a huge difference in people's lives. Ecologically, as has been described, so I won't go into it more, this is an incredible stronghold in a very important part of the watershed. But I want to mention, as we've been monitoring the site, we can now know that over half of the young salmon and steelhead in the watershed are using the habitat that we've already created. And as we monitor these fish, we're finding how connected this system is to the Klamath River and to Humboldt Bay. So juvenile fish, not even smolting and you know, going through that physiological transformation, are showing us how connected these rivers are to each other. And you know, I just want to speak to, you know, thanking you for your consideration for this project, and how, you know, it shows us how the rivers are connected for the fish, but also for the experience of how a project like this connects people to the fish, to the landscape, and to each other. So thank you so much for your ability to be here and speak to the project on behalf of all the partners.
Thank you, Mary. And I have a story to share as well. And then in a minute, we'll go to public comment. So earlier, Damon, you mentioned you appreciate the shorter summaries, but it comes at the risk of missing important context. So for me, this project, I mean, you had me when you said Yurok and return. So this is a former mill site. Our partners know even better than me. And it's gone now. And this land, the next steps after this project, return ancestral property to Yurok. I've actually stood on this creek at the very same place in the maps with Governor Newsom, Vice Chair Myers, Chair James, Yurok leadership. We had the ability to do some native tree planting, but also, I believe, a young graduate student from now Cal Poly Humboldt. And we had a little fish viewing screen where they had seined some of the fish out of the creek. And the governor asked the student, like, how'd you get into this fish work? And she said, when I was younger, I watched the older generation fighting to take the Klamath dams down. And she turned out to be a grad student in a river on a beautiful afternoon, showing fish in a restored stream, which will return to ancestral ownership to the governor of the state of California. So I'm a yes on this one.
What comment first?
Yeah. So any public comment in the room? Anyone else online in the public comment queue?
There are no raised hands.
Great. So back up to the board for any discussion, questions.
I think you made the motion.
I move we approve this agenda item as proposed by staff.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Chair Bopte absent, Vice Chair Bonham,
Yes.
Member Nagami,
Yes.
Member Pavle,
Yes.
Member Peralt,
Yes.
Member Phillips,
Yes.
Member Murray is absent. The motion passes.
Right. Thank you so much. Last one, but don't leave because then we are going to unveil our new logo. I don't want to miss it.
Goodness.
I'm serious. This is like, you
Big
know, the
reveal.
capper.
Okay, and so now we're really gonna bring it home at the Oric Mill site. Okay, so agenda item 32 is the Orao Redwoods Gateway proposal. And it's at the same site as the previous agenda item, but focuses on the site's public access and community and cultural engagement. So this proposal is a cooperative project with Save the Redwoods League and the Yurok Tribe that will complete recreation and visitor serving amenities at the former mill to provide a new and inclusive gateway to the redwoods and the ancestral lands of the Yurok tribe. So I want to draw your attention to where the project is located on the bigger map, and that it's at the northern end of Redwood National Park and the southern end of 3 state parks that together make up the Redwood National and State Park system, which is about 132,000 acres of land, and also a UNESCO World Heritage Site for its forest of coastal redwoods, which are the tallest living things in the world. And so the need for this new gateway is because demand for access and recreation to this amazing place has been increasing over the years, and which is now overcrowding trailhead parking lots and adding pressure to the park's limited accessible amenities. There's also no southern access point to the park's expansive trail system, since the visitor center is on the coast, which you can see in the top right map. Yet the town of Oric abuts Redwood National Park, but there's no local access in town, which is really a disservice to the community and the town's economy, which could be booming from tourism, but unfortunately is a severely disadvantaged community. And lastly, the project site is within the ancestral lands of the Yurok tribe, which is shown in the top left map. However, there is no place in the park dedicated to cultural interpretation, traditions, or ceremonies to share the culture and knowledge of the Yurok people with park visitors. And so this project will be addressing these needs by constructing a formal southern gateway that includes plenty of parking, accessible amenities, new trails and connections to existing trails, engaging exhibits, and direct access to the redwoods and the Yurok culture right in the town of Oric. This slide shows the site plan for the south end of the property, where the mill and its 22 acres of asphalt have been removed and is now ready for construction, as seen in the picture on this slide. And there are many amenities proposed for the gateway, and WCB is being asked to fund a few of them, including the large vehicle parking area, a bioretention area to capture and filter stormwater runoff from the site's impervious surfaces, a new half-mile wetland trail that will be accessible and allow visitors to see the restored Prairie Creek up close, and 12 acres of revegetation in the green areas that will blend in with the surrounding native plant communities and provide a natural screen for the parking lot and also frame view sheds of the surrounding landscape. We're also being asked to fund 31 interpretive signs that will be multilingual and designed in partnership with the Yurok. And several of them will tell the story of this place as ancestral lands, its history as a mill, and what can be seen from the site, from salmon and the restored creek corridor to herds of Roosevelt elk and the redwood forests. And the League in Yurok will also be developing community and cultural programming that will be available to visitors when the site opens in 2026. And the community programming will actually be available to Oric residents before the site opens to allow them to explore the site and recreate in it before it starts to get regular use. And this project will provide many benefits and opportunities for the local community and the Yurok, and will welcome people of all abilities from around the world to be part of this restored landscape and connect with nature and learn from it. And what's really encouraging and exciting, as Director Bonham mentioned, is that Once the gateway and floodplain restoration are completed, this site will be returned to the UROC, and they will co-manage it with the National Park Service and state parks for public access, resource protection and stewardship, and cultural activities. And we'll share with people what it means to be good stewards of our resources and how we can restore our connection with land. And the bottom picture is a rendering of what the gateway will look like once construction is completed. And the top two pictures show how this project and the floodplain restoration are healing the wound that was left by the former mill. And with us in person to help answer any questions are Jessica Carter with Save the Redwoods League and Rosie Claiborne, the Tribal Heritage Preservation Officer and Cultural Resources Director with the Yurok Tribe. And I would actually like to invite Rosie up to address the board.
Welcome.
Ayakwi Neknau Rosie Claiborne. Like you said, I'm the Tribal Heritage Preservation Officer and the Cultural Resource Director for the Yurok Tribe. I've actually been working on this project for the full 10 years. I am one of those young people in my tribe who started working for my tribe in high school. I worked myself through college and came back to work for my people. You know, our Rao is such a special and unique and beautiful place for us. It's in the heart of our ancestral territory. You know, it's one of those places that we were forcibly removed from our land in the 175-year history of colonization in this country. You know, the Yurok tribe has never ceded any of our rights or ceded any of our land willingly. You know, our Rao and what we talk about with the mill that was there, the dairy that was there, you know, the destruction that was done to, you know, this 125 acres and the surrounding land is the same thing that happened to my people. And as we start to talk about what's healing and the way that we move forward is we start to work with partnerships and we start to heal some of those wounds that have happened. And, you know, as we start to build this partnership in the last 10 years, not only is my tribe healing and the way that we're working together to restore our surrounding land, waters, we're also restoring partnerships with people who might have, you know, histories of colonization. And our route to me really is the epitome of that. It's a place where old growth redwood was milled. It's a place where, you know, a lot of our families worked because they had no other option to work in the mill. Now you look at the descendants of those people who worked there at the mill and they're Yurok tribal members who are doing this work. It is beautiful. And, you know, it's one of those places and the public access is so important to us because where else can we tell a story about restoration better than our Rao? The restoration of our people, the restoration of our culture, the restoration of the land with everything around it. It really is a beautiful and unique place to be. I'm really glad that you got to go out there. I missed that visit, sadly enough. But really, you know, I always talk about this project. This project really is my baby. It's one of those things that I work on for the tribe. I do the interpretation for the tribe. I run Stone Lagoon Visitor Center in the state park. You know, so we're growing in that realm. And, you know, Yurok people have always been welcoming people. We're always, you know, welcome people into our homeland. And, you know, part of our whole economy is restoration economy. And this really is such a beautiful site. You know, we hope to build a village here. We want to build a cultural visitor center to welcome in, you know, the millions of people that come through Redwood National State Park. And at this time, you know, we're working on interpretation, but they might not even know they're in Yurok ancestral territory. This is our opportunity to build that Southern Gateway, to tell people that story and to show them what that young person out there, why they got into this work. So with that, I'm gonna stop and I'm here for questions.
Rosie, thank you for sharing. If I could add two things from my experience. A thing that I've observed in my own career in this part of the world is how much now our department needs and seeds this technical expertise that is now present at the Yurok tribe and other tribes. You're actually subcontractors on restoration projects and main contractors up and down these systems with their own professional staff. The tribe has its own kind of separate restoration construction company. The tribe and other tribes are doing the lion's share of the revegetation work at the Klamath Dam removal site. And then my second comment I want to share, as Mary mentioned, at Prairie Creek, our collective scientists are now seeing Klamath River fish out of the Klamath down the coast and seeing them up in Prairie Creek. And you can stand there in the future and see those fish, while you may also be able to look eastward over the ridge and see North America's largest bird, the California condor, flying freely because of the Yurok tribe effort to reintroduce them. I mean, how cool is that? So I'm getting a yes on this. So let me see if we have any other public comment in the room. Seeing none. A quick query, do we have anyone in the online queue for public comment?
There are no raised hands.
Okay, back up to the board, discussion. I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as proposed.
I'll second.
Roll call.
Chair Boukday, absent. Vice Chair Bonham,
Yes.
Member Nagami,
Yes.
Member Pavlik,
Yes.
Member Peralt,
Yes.
Member Phillips.
Yes.
Member Murray is absent. The motion passes.
Congrats, y'all. I would say that's our project portion of the agenda. One ministerial thing. Let's talk about board meeting dates. Agenda item 33 lists them out. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow.
I know, it's ridiculous.
So I really
You can't get this room if you don't
have no
do it.
informed opinion on what I'll be doing in February next year. So I'm okay with the dates. Anybody else? Okay.
We know it's somewhere in Inglewood, Riverside,
Yeah.
Salinas, or Redding.
Yeah. Well, these are for the board meeting.
Oh, board.
meeting, yeah. So we're scheduled now. Do we need to make a motion or?
I don't think so.
Okay, so we're scheduled through 2025. Those of you that are curious, you'll see the dates online soon. Where's logo?
It's not on this version. Oh, that's my bad.
Let's do
Yeah,
logo.
Let's do logo.
Show us the logo.
Logo. Sorry. I just want to say thank you to Meredith, not only for tolerating our back and forth on the logo, because every designer probably wants to scream when people have their vision and she has to make it come to life. But I also want to acknowledge that she created our annual report, which is so beautiful. And so we're really lucky to have you at the department helping us at WCB. So thank you very much.
No problem. I'm happy to be here. I've never been to one of these, so it's very exciting.
You're gonna come more, I
I
can
know
tell.
it's a moment you've all been waiting for, the big thing at the end of a long day. So hopefully I can figure out this clicker. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm just gonna give kind of a brief overview of, rewind. My name is Meredith. I'm lead graphic designer for Fish and Wildlife, and I'm happy to have been able to work with Jen and her team on the annual report, and then now this new logo. So skip forward. All right. So Jen and staff came to me, and after we did the annual report, and we were talking about how can we bring WCB into a more modern age with visuals. How can we do something that's going to work better for you, serve you better, be more versatile, more of a workhorse for what you want to put out there, and just really get a nice new fresh face forward for your department, for your sister agencies, for everyone that you work with. And so this is a brief overview of kind of where it started and where we're going and how we got there. All right, clicker test. All right, so current logo, here it is. You've all seen it. I'm not sure when this was designed. Does anyone here know? 70, okay. All right, so it's been a while. Essentially what we want to do is a makeover rather than a total demolition. So to talk about how to get there, we need to talk about what doesn't work here. So it's limited in use. It's got a wide horizontal orientation. So if you need to fill a vertical space or a circle, you've all seen different things on social media, different shapes. It's static. It doesn't really help you, and it's not super It's not super versatile due to that orientation. It's got reduced legibility at a small size, say like icons, business cards, letterhead, your little favicon on the website, which I'll show you later. It's difficult to reproduce with clarity. There's some thinness of these lines, like in the reads, and also some of the text at a really small size. Really thin text gets hard to make out. One of the biggest concerns from staff and also indirectly from the public communicated through the staff was that it's not immediately recognizable lettering, mainly that it screams NCB, especially to those potentially new to the work of WCB. I'm sorry to tell you, but it does have a dated look and feel that doesn't really represent or stand out from your sister organizations. It's technologically limited. Whenever this was developed, I think it worked well for the time and the resources at hand, but that's not really the case anymore. It wasn't really designed with the internet and digital use in mind. So that's why I say it's not super versatile. And it's kind of got muted colors that lack vibrancy. So the directive from Jen and team was to create an updated logo that addresses the previous concerns regarding function and usability, bring it into the modern age, but we also don't want to totally tear the whole thing down. So we want to retain certain visual elements to create a continuity and maintain brand recognition. So you'll see that in the new version that there's different elements that remain consistent. So at first glance, it doesn't look like, who are we? We've gone this, we don't even recognize ourselves anymore. We don't want that. We want to still be you. We also wanted to incorporate the tule plant, both for its abundant presence in California, as well as its connection with tribes. So given all of those things, oh boy. Okay, here's what we have. I hope that was a woo and not a boo. I really couldn't tell. I'm gonna go with woo. All right, so here you see we've got a lot of the same elements like I mentioned. There is this wide version, but there's gonna be other versions you'll see. We've got a vertical illustration right next to it, and the text you see it's a lot bolder and not as thin as the previous version. Oh, I see what you did. Okay, so it also is gonna work better for you in things like dark mode, maybe on different, if you make stickers for your water bottles or your hats, which I think is pretty cool. We have a new business card, and then on the bottom right, you'll see a series of, and now on this screen, it's like a little bit muted, but it's a lot more vibrant of a yellow, like poppy color, goldenrod, like what's behind the screen right there. So anyway, you can see that it's not only going to be this rectangle that you have to like force into these like a circular space or a square space. So you have different options that we can use, and we'll see that in use. Here's what it will look like on your website. If you look up at the tab at the top, you'll see it's part of the logo is right there. That's a little element of it. Right now it's those reeds and they're really thin and you really can't tell what it is unless you already know. And we don't want to be communicating who we are to the people who already know. Here's how it can look on social media. Jen has opted for the version on the right, which is the blue circle filled with the tule. And then how it would kind of compare to other groups' Instagrams, you know what they have going on. And again, you could change this up. You can swap out the colors if you have a special commemorative event. It can be changed up. It's really adaptable, whereas the current one is not. So here's kind of a before and after. So as you can see, it retains some of the visual elements and the arrangement, like the vertical illustration to the left of the text. There's a wider range of uses with the different icons and elements, so it can really work for you in a wide array of mediums and products. It's an increased legibility even at small sizes with the updated bolder font. It's much easier to reproduce with the thicker lines and the shapes in the illustration. It's immediately recognizable and readable, no NCB questions. It's a modernized look and feel that'll stand out from similar organizations. And we felt this is much more representative of the broad statewide efforts of WCB. More vibrant colors to convey energy and progress, and a wider selection of colors for more versatile uses and possibilities. Oops.
That's it. Oh, we already did that.
Okay. The end.
Thank you, Mary. You're good. Thank you, Meredith. Okay. That's it.
Awesome.
You guys, I'll get your hats very soon. Just tell me your hat.
So I think I know our last agenda item is public forum. It has to be an item not already on today's agenda. So let's see in the room if there's anyone who has public comment for items not on today's agenda. Seeing none. Anyone online?
There are no raised hands.
Okay. And I think that means we can adjourn today's meeting. Thanks, everybody. Well done.
Thanks, everybody.